Could you please introduce yourself and tell us where you're from?
My name is Thibaut Dupille, and I'm from Paris in France.
Could you tell us also a bit about your project, what it's called, and what inspired you to do this?
So it's a project about giving value to broken objects, physically damaged objects. It's all inspired by self-regeneration in nature. And so I designed this unique prosthesis to make like as the object would have regrown by themselves. And the idea is really to have a new value that is first of all aesthetic, but also functional, and always trying to add something to the original function.
What techniques did you work with?
I work with additive manufacturing technologies, and also photogrammetry, which is like a technique for scanning in 3D.
What would you say that the number one lesson that you learned from Design Academy from your entire study here? What is something that you're going to take away for life, essentially?
I think Design Academy is a school that really opened your mind on the world, on the domains, on the definition of design itself, and I think that's really important. And also like not putting people into like categories, but more like trying to make the border less borders between the thing, between art and design, but also between like with science and other domains, and which is very interesting, I would say.
Welcome everyone, good morning. My name is Anna and I will be emceeing for you today. Our first project is from Perrine de Donato. She graduated the Information Design Master with her project Chasing the Ghost, which she is going to perform for you today. It is a short movie about digital immortality. Enjoy!
Allô, maman? J'arrive pas à le retrouver. Il a disparu, je crois. Ouais, presque partout. On aurait dû le voir venir. Mais je vais essayer de le retrouver.
When my friend died, I didn't erase his phone number. Yesterday, out of despair, I sent a message to this number. Soon after, his face and name appeared on the screen. One day of extreme boredom, I decided to switch on my old Wii to play Mario Kart. That was the second time I encountered the digital ghost of my friend. The race started. I was stunned. I was competing against the ghost of my friend, represented by the avatar he always chose and his usual pseudonym. I found out that the game saves the best performance as a ghost character for others to compete with. My friend was always winning, so now I could replay all of our games. But should I wait for you, or should I win? But if I win, I will erase your ghost forever. Am I ready to let you go? Are you hiding somewhere else? How many ghosts of you are there? And where else can I find you? I only joined Facebook after my friend's death. Around the day of his death commemoration, his profile appeared on my People You Might Know section. That was the third time I encountered his ghost. As people were posting again on his profile to pay tribute, the platform's algorithm stopped to consider it as inactive, and therefore pointed it towards me. Now you're everywhere, but how fragile is that presence? Will I still be able to see your ghost in a decade? And under what conditions? What if I lose you again?
Hello again. Sorry. Next up, we have a project from Anna Baldocchi. She graduated the Man and Communication Bachelor with her project Malerba. She gave me a short text to explain what it entails. Anna explored the southernmost region of Italy, Sicily, for 3 months. She created a storytelling inspired by the cinema verité of the 60s, where, through linguistic differences, she highlights the social-political difference between northern and southern Italy. Enjoy!
Ha chiesto ne lavora, buone lavoro gestino, buone lavorino, ne lavorino. Ha chiesto ne lavoro scappa, ne lavoro ne bello chiesto ne lavora. Ah, Turchina, lo sfado, lo salmone, la rata, la sfigo, la sedia.
E balleremo!
Oh, rivarello, rivarello, rivarello. Ecco, io una casa che vede. Ah, bonito! I pesciolini! Ah, bonito! I pesciolini! Prego, Sara, cosa dici?
Dimmi come si fa. Fa niente vieni, guarda cosa c'è. Il sale.
Vedi casa mia dove si trova, dove c'è quel pilone, quel famoso pilone dove è la punta della Sicilia.
Il Capo Peloro, diciamo la punta della Sicilia, che divide la Sicilia.
Quindi erano 10 così, capito? Era di chi? Non mi difendo mai, non mi difendo.
Ah, lo sai che tu hai più bene.
Questo come magna?
È vegetariana.
Un ti mangi no.
E se ora chi lo picchia? Mi sono sparato a mangiare i fragolini in bosco. Vieni vento, portami via con te.
E non me la pesciolino, bella pesciolino!
La bella Catania! Ma poi non capisco una buona!
E ci roba via!
Il più buono, il più bel panino, il panino e mezza, il più buono!
C'è chi offre, perché l'amico ha portato da mangiare, e c'è chi offre il vino, però c'è chi ha la coda. Lo sai che significa la coda?
Braccio corto.
Bravo, braccio corto! Sì, anzi dai! Delle paracelle, manco i ruotoli e il paraciad! I ruotoli e il paraciad!
Ascala, e castapola a schizzo, bravo! Senza mai ce l'hai niente. Poi cavano la scheda. Come si dice o mazzuliano? Quadro, caldone. Parole, chi sta a parole?
Andiamo, se devi fare delle foto, vai, devi salire.
Vuoi usarti questa scumarola qua?
No.
Questa qui si è pulita? Questa si è pulito di sotto, questa non ho.
Vai Matteo, oh, prendi massacca! Cazzo mio! E io di una gente, non lo vedi? No, è
No, non vai sciusciare. Guarda come mangiare il sacco con salazzi di dolce. A mio dice. E di la carta da dolce. Sta parlando siciliano. Ma devi fatto tu.
Hello again. Next up, we have Sarah Roth, who graduated from the Bachelor of Wellbeing with her project, Baby Exit Choreography. Enjoy!
Question for me today. She asked me in what percentage do I see the parents and in what percentage do I see myself being a parent. And when I said the number, she said maybe I shouldn't be a mom.
What were the numbers you said?
I can't say it. If you would have to give it a percentage, how much of a dad would you like to be in this family?
I think it's a bit naive to give a percentage, but since you asked me, I'm still gonna do it. 25? But as I said, of course this depends on circumstances, you can never know.
What do those 25%?
Until now, I had and still have the image of a nuclear family. It wouldn't be because of a lack of interest towards another extended format of a family. I think that romance will be the foundation of a family I will form one day, if I form a family. I'm sure that the concept of the family we're talking about and the approach towards it is impacting the image of a family I would like to have one day. I don't think though that I would have the same approach as you and Julius had at the beginning. I wouldn't think of such an extended family as you were doing and we are doing now. I'm sure that if I form a family myself one day, it will be based on love. As I'm a person who can tend towards jealousy, I consider a monogamous relationship as the relationship model which fits best for me at this moment. What since then changed is that you and I got into a serious relationship.
Well, I don't remember having been desperate for either getting married or having family at the time when I was single. At the university, many of my classmates or schoolmates were very, very busy getting married, whatever it took them to do, and in many cases they would hurry or rush into relationships just because they were so afraid of being left out. I never had that. I felt always very safe in my body and in my skin, very safe in my ability to find meaning in my life. I've been doing lots of things besides my professional work and never really felt, incomplete.
Turning 30 has been a big thought for me for a long time, and gradually putting more and more pressure on me, reflecting on my age, on my status, financially, education-wise, work-wise. And I was approached by Julius about a year ago to collaborate on some project with not anything specific in mind.
I desperately wanted to dress up as Cleopatra for one of the first fashion parties at the end of my elementary school, I think it was, or beginning of high school, or like Austrian gymnasium. And my mom gave into it, but she kind of like warned me at first. She was like, "Are you sure you want to do this? Like dressing up as a female character?" And I was like, "Yeah, why not?" I didn't get it. I didn't really understand at that time why it should be a problem. And my mom was kind of very concerned, but she let me do it anyways. And I have to think about it a lot because I think it was the first kind of like drag experience or, gender performance that I consciously longed for.
I said yes. Well, actually, the next project that I'm working on is to have a child at the age of 30. And I asked him if he wanted to be a donor, but of course with a longer trajectory, not right now. And I think we started joking about it, but then it unfolded into the idea of an extended family. How would you feel about, or is it an option that you become my surrogate?
I would say not really. I also dread the idea of pregnancy. I also think it's a great physical burden. I don't romanticize being pregnant. Of course, I have never been pregnant before, so that might change, but I would not want to carry your or anybody's child except my own if it came down to it.
Yeah, I was not open to that possibility. I still doubt myself sometimes, and I think that's normal.
Seeing any examples or perspectives for someone like you to have a child?
No. I think the first time I met somebody that has a very alternative family structure that could somehow resemble my own reality was by the time I was 18 or 19. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of heavy, I have to say.
Can you make a statement?
The first time I met somebody with a lifestyle or also a family structure that I could identify with was when I was 18 or 19 years old.
Hello again and good morning. Next up, we have Ida Blichfeld. She graduated from the Master's Program of Contextual Design with her project Color Dialogue. She gave me a short text to explain what her project is about. Living in a world in which language abilities denote power and words are wielded as weapons, it is in materiality of her armors that she found refuge and expression for her dyslexia. Enjoy!
I am word blind, blind for words, blinded by letters. I am struggling. I don't like to speak, get corrected into the correct. I'm misunderstood. You are annoyed, impatient, filling in. Can I be bold? I want to be bold. I am bold. You say, if you are making me feel stupid. I just told you that I am. It's not a choice. Blamingly taking, stealing the reason I blame for all the anger for being stupid. Dissolving the pretend, vanishing into the word. Did you see a girl walking through long hallways? I remember long hallways in my school. At the end of the hallway, there is an office. A special office for special kids, kids with needs for all sorts of things. I am special. The room is full of papers, maps and folders, holding my name. I need official papers. I need to be bold. Letters on papers. I need to be brave. It sticks on. I need to vanish. Does not fit in. Don't see me. Don't see me get extra help. Running down the long hallways, rip open the door, be there, collecting shades, weaving it with you, taking it with you. You open your mouth and nothing comes out. If I could just. I am not colorblind, not blind for colors. Tooling up, pulling the landscape closer, negotiating inside the shades, rendering to the brightness, the color language. code, I understand. I speak, I control. A dialogue of colors. The tool of voice, coding to decode the pretend, pretending it can, landscaping it to be. You have to use it. You are special. In the right code, nothing strange. You carry the language with you. I carry the language with me. The brightness. Shall we have that color dialogue?
People were on. 15 seconds to go. I think we're probably going to do it here.
Here?
Yes.
Can we get in the light just back a bit?
Yeah.
Or maybe like a piano here. Yeah, it's good. If you go back a little bit, yeah, now that's better.
Yes.
I'm good to go. like us. Don't worry about the camera. Just have a nice conversation.
Yeah, yeah. You can talk, I can talk.
Yeah.
It will be good.
And also now I feel comfortable with you, so it's
Oh, great. We can dance,
Yeah.
do like a little bit of moonwalking around this.
It's very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is your work as well? No,
No.
my work is only going on the screen.
But it will be up next.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Dutch Design Week 2021 interviews, live interviews. I'm standing here with a beautiful graduate. What is your name?
My name is Donguk Chang, and I'm from South Korea.
So, can you talk a bit about your work? He will be presenting next, so it's a little introduction.
My project's name is called 38 Hours, and it's about border crossing.
What was your inspiration? What was your first cool, I really like to do this?
Actually, when I had to make this kind of project, everyone was working on their fascinations. But actually, at the time, I had to somehow I was working with my frustration because as I'm a foreigner stuck in another foreign country during this pandemic, and then I encountered a lot of multiple layers of borders, and then it's giving me a lot of questions, and then I wrote a diary during this kind of escape situations. Actually, it brought up a lot of questions about borders, and then as a foreign perspective within EU country or within EU system. So I wrote about my personal story, and then I tried to make it more like a objective point of view.
I know it's an open-ended video. Have you for yourself reached an answer, or is it for you also open-ended?
For me, it's open-ended because the border is layering all the time. So it means that somehow I cannot really conclude. But I think we just need to understand like what kind of border and boundaries are around us, because this is everywhere. And then I also believe that border, the idea is also human perspective that we're projecting towards to something. So in the sense that I think it's better to make it open-end, yeah.
Super great. Just a small question. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling about ending school? What is the perspective?
I feel kind of weird, but also it's nice that now I can be free, that I can what I want to do. But yeah, now I'm kind of like weird feeling and happy feeling in between somewhere, I think, yeah. Try to discover something, what I want to do, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. His work will be presented after the live interviews, so then look at the stage, his video will be presented, and I think we're going to find new people to interview. Right. Thank you.
Where are we going?
Where are we going? Hello, hello. What is your name?
My name is Emma.
Where are you presenting so people know where to find you?
I'm presenting on top of the balcony on the left side when you enter.
Okay, you just tell a bit about your project, little introduction. You can hold the mic.
Okay, thank you. So I created a project, an educational board game about the life of a Dutch meat pig. Because already from a young age I'm fascinated by pigs. I have a big love for them, and I've been vegetarian from a young age, and I discovered the change of perception of this. Often people think it's bad to eat meat, so this is something I wanted to question, like how is the industry in the Netherlands and how are the pigs being raised. So with the game I really try to create an objective board game to really bring the facts into the game. So all based on facts from the industry, to leave it up to the players what their stand and their position is in it.
I saw it personally. I love it. It's beautiful. It's like a playful way to approach a serious topic. And are we allowed to play with you with this game? Are you inviting people?
Yeah, of course. Everybody's, of course, invited to play it. The thing is that it takes quite long, so it's quite a sit. But I have chairs upstairs, so everybody's invited to try and play it.
Yes. Also the question to you, how are you feeling? Do you have any perspectives after the graduative process? What is your plan?
I've graduated in March, so it's already some time ago. Then I started directly in the working field, not necessarily for my own studio. And that's also why I'm very happy to be here, to give my own studio and the work another chance to bring it into the world again. And hopefully I can balance out the working life and the development of my own studio.
We can do a little plug. What is your studio? Where is it located?
It's called Studio Emma Leidsman, and I have some cards upstairs if somebody's interested.
Check her out. It looks beautiful. You can play the game with her, talk to her. Yes, we shall find a new person. Thank you. Here. Okay. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
What is your name? Tell us a bit about your project.
Shall I? All right. My name is Joppe Boers. I graduated in the Department of Communication with my project Proposals for a Prevailing World. And actually it's a sequence of proposals to quantify species that went extinct by our own influence in the last 200 years. So what we see here is actually the first act, which is simply counting. That's the first measurement that we do as humans for quantifying. And these are 705 species that went extinct in the last 200 years by humankind. And of course, it's easy to say 705 species, but what does it really say? Like, how can we physically quantify that? And to make it more tangible, and that's actually what we're going to see now. So if you move around to the back, then we walk along. So knowing that globalization and urbanization at this moment are one of the biggest stress factors for our ecosystem at the very moment, how would it look like if, for example, I put all these extinct species on a row on Fifth Avenue? How would that manifest itself? Because knowing that the image of the city is as important as the city itself in terms of the relationships with the world. So how would it also look like if I put it in front of the US Capitol? One finds out by doing that the measurement of length maybe is not the right guide to quantify this, because of course you have insects and you have mammals, and comparing one with another doesn't really work. And mass, vice versa. But what if I take each animal together and I would cremate that? How much ash would I be left with? And that's actually what we see here with the big bag. I have 2 cubic meters with animal ash. That's what you will end up with. And this is real animal ash, so that's to get a very better understanding of what this is. And all the continents that you see on the back with the names of those animals representing one of each will also be 1 cubic meter of ash. So this is really the representation of the last 200 years, what we see here in this bag from these continents. But we can go one step further. We're not done yet, almost there. Because over time ash deteriorates into minerals, and minerals end up in the ground. So what if I'm, for example, in North America or in South America, and I put my shovel in the ground there, and I would fill up this big bag with a cubic meter of sand? What would the ratio be of minerals, which was from extinct species over the last 200 years, in comparison with the rest of the sand in that big bag? And that's actually what we see here. I have all the continents around on the big bag, so you see that North America's a bit more higher than the rest, perhaps, and that tells us more about perhaps the way we look at nature in itself. So yeah, that's my project that is about.
What is your favorite little fact you found?
It's weird to say maybe favorite, but most interesting fact that I would say is the influence that we have as in terms of Western society. And I think we have the tendency to look towards the rest of the world and say, okay, that's happening there, it's not happening over here. And you realize by measuring this that actually we are doing double time that. So yeah, I think that for me was the most interesting fact, and even more interesting to do so.
Thank you. So Joppe will be also presenting on the stage. So pay attention when you like it. Thank you. Are we done? Hold this.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm feeling pleasure.
We're with posters?
With.
Yes. Hello again. Our next up, we have Donwook Jang with his project 38 Hours. We just had an interview with him earlier. As he said, it's about border crossing. And you are invited to take a poster from the end of the runway to perpetuate reflection about border crossing from personal stories. Thank you very much.
Borders are not necessarily set between the object and its setting nature, but the line between them definitely suggests that there is some sort of difference. Crossing a certain line implies embracing change, encountering new reality. There are perceptible differences to different degrees. Differences in the bricks, changes on the pavement, the text message on my phone welcoming me. Showing the cell phone has swapped providers. The small changes in experience that I noticed or failed to notice. Effects of the affordances at each side of the border. Symptoms of the difference in policy between one side and the other. And how the differences are not always clear, except when crisis brings awareness to them. Borders appear as there is a need to solve or organize social space. I used to imagine the border as a thin dividing line along the edge. I now imagine borders as residues of these fictional abstractions. Organizing chance into possible scenarios, making a scene in times of crisis. Crisis like being in a foreign country that shut down during a pandemic. Scenario 1. Inside the borders of this country, I was stranded. I didn't speak the language to even understand the coverage of the radio. Scenario 2. Across the other side of the border, things did not seem so impossible. So naturally the antithesis, except I couldn't find the border to still cross. I adjusted every possibility I could think of. Even the embassy could do nothing but offer their sympathies. I only had a certainty over my own actions. My tension before coming over is that the border is not a boundary, but a crossroad. My process of mapping different options to make a choice was confronted by heavily regulated structures of the possible. Uncertainty is central in a prisoner's dilemma. Possibility, decision, and the vivid outcome resulting from each decision. I can map my possibilities, but once I act, I can only wait to see what will happen. I'm at the mercy of the choices made by others. When I say I crossed the border, it means I had to experience its resistance. I had to see the border as something that could be crossed. This means I could not see the border as something that could be ignored, but as a necessary checkpoint. Crossing over a certain line into a new reality. Any situation that creates a border effect, does it change our perception of the real, remapping the interplay between abstraction and lived experience? Borders are part of life in many ways that allow to be aware and follow how border concepts are changing, recalculating, and evoking different ideas of what they mean and how they stand between, based on the perspective. How times are moving. And who's inquiring?
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Welcome to the graduation show here at Basketball. My name is Chola, and I'm part of the ARENA team who've been producing the live program alongside all the graduates' work here in Basketball. And I'm going to introduce the next graduate talk, which will be with two graduates from bachelor's and master's, and hosted by Simon Balin Botero. So yeah, Rosanna and Carlos. Carlos is from contextual design, Rosanna's from well-being. And today, the title of their talk is La spina dorsal del planeta es mi cordillera. The spinal cord of the planet is my mountain. I will welcome you to sit, enjoy the conversation, and there'll be some questions and answers at the end, so feel free to get involved. But yeah, thank you so much, and welcoming Carlos, Rosanna, and Simon to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Where do you jump?
Thank you, Chola. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. My name is Simon Balin, and I'll be moderating you today. I am a graduate from the Design Academy in 2018, and I am from Colombia. And on the stage is joining me Rosanna Escobar, also from Colombia, with her project Unraveling the Coffee Bag. And then on my right side is Oscar Esfeir from Chile with a project called The Constitution of Los Andes. So we're here under this umbrella title called La spina dorsal del planeta es mi cordillera, which translates in English, the spinal cord of the planet is my mountain. And when we talk about the mountain, we refer to the Andes. This is a phrase coined by the rapper Calle 13, and the song is telling the shared history of Latin America. But we first need to understand the context of the Andes and why we're here together and why we're here also connected. So it is important to also understand a little bit the history of the word Andes. And there is a conflict in the word because the word comes from the indigenous term in Quechua meaning anti, which means a rising peak, the west, where the sun comes. And also in Aymara, another indigenous language from Latin America, anta, meaning copper. And these are two words that the indigenous people in Latin America used to refer to the landscape, the way they looked at the Andes. But in contrast, for instance, the Spanish people called the Andes after the Spanish word anden, which means a sidestep. And it's because when they arrived to Latin America, they saw a series of mountains fractured into sidesteps and plateaus. So here we see a conflict between two ways of looking at the landscape, two ways of looking at the resources, and that's what brings us here today. That conflict of how we understand raw materials and raw resources in the light of global markets, in the light of exploitation and resources. So here on my right is Carlos Esfeir with his project that he explores a material copper. And copper is the material that we normally have on our phones and conductive metal that we use in our daily lives. And Rosanna is working with a material called fique. And fique is the material, an agave plant native to Colombia that is used to make the coffee bags. So I will go on a journey with these two amazing graduates that are joining me today, and we will travel to the Andes. And the Andes is important also to understand that it's a very diverse ecosystem that goes from glaciers in the south, in the middle a huge desert, and in the north it transforms into very lush tropical mountains. So we will explore together with them that diversity of landscapes. So first, to understand their projects, I want to ask you also, of course, Carlos, to tell me a little bit about what are we seeing here in the picture, and that you tell us a little bit more about the story of copper and where does it come from? What does the landscape looks like over there in the Andes?
Hi, Simon. Hi, everybody. Well, copper is coming from Chile, specifically from the Atacama Desert. 30% of the copper of the world is being taken from those slopes. And copper is coming there thanks to the activation of the volcanoes and the two colliding plates that are picking up all the mountains of South America. The copper, in combination with the salt of the desert, which once was the Pacific Ocean, pulled up to 4,000 meters up, creates the atacamite, what you see over there, the mineral where we take the copper from.
And I respond to that with with a completely different environmental conditions in the north of the mountain range. What it actually connects us, connect these two worlds, the south with this mineral and combination tactile plates, to the north that it's lush, green, rain, tropical mountains, but with also crazy slopes. This plant grows actually from 0 to 3,000 meters across the landscapes of Colombia, reflecting the diversity of the landscape. And as it ages, it changes its shades in color. It becomes darker. It has a really amazing relation with the people. Maybe we can move to the next slide. And the extraction has a relation because as the plant, it's able to be harvested every 4 months. So, and it lasts around 70 to 80 years, which is around the lifespan of a human life. You want to respond?
And following that, also the copper also age. The copper breathes and oxidates as we also do. What you see over there is the biggest copper mine of the world, and the ore body is oxidated. The way to extract it is like crushing the stone and later on exposing it to sulfuric acid and water that we don't find in the desert, to let it leak the blue solution that we think that is the blood of the mountain range.
The importance of that plant also in that ecosystem is that it's able to hold the land. It keeps the nitrogen. These lands are very desertic and they filter the water, but this plant is able to grow with no water, and it holds the earth to prevent landslides.
And I want to ask you both, because you are both from Latin America, Chile and Colombia, and you are in the context of Europe. But as part of your design method, as part of your research, you went back and forth several times, and for you it was very important to be connected with the materials. Can you tell me a little bit about how was that experience, also as a designer working directly in the mines and in the plantations? Rosanna, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how was your method of being involved and immersed there in the field.
Yeah, I think in order to understand this global product, that for me was a link to my context and to my hometown after being 6 years overseas, the coffee bag became a link to want to understand what was behind a product. Sometimes we see a product completely detached from a living ecosystem that lies behind it. So this is like, as coffee, we all consume it across the globe, means that there's a very large manufacturer and platform behind it serving a system. So first of all, was for me important to trace the material back, to allow myself to follow that thread, to follow the journey of the fiber, to understand its relevance in its context, in its ecosystem, with humans, but also with other species.
Carlos, how was it for you to be in the mines? I mean, the biggest mine of copper in the world is in Chile. Like, that's a crazy scar that is made in the landscape. How was it for you to be there?
Well, it was a bit the same as Rosanna. I think the beauty of both projects that we both went back to our countries and we went to where the material is taken from. Seeing the copper process for me was also a way to understand how I could also develop my own practice, mimicking some processes that I saw on site. But at the same time, I was also seeing the other part of the story, which is that some mountains are also sacred. And the local people was telling me, like, okay, you're extracting the copper, but at the same time, you're extracting part of my family. That was something really nice that I discovered there, and it wasn't impossible to discover if not talking with the local communities.
And you both also are very rooted in the local system, but you just described also how you're connected to the global ecosystem. Why is it important to speak about local materials in the light of global markets? You mentioned it already a little bit before, that of course there is a disregard for the local ecosystems when we extract resources, but how is it for you, why is it important in this context to be speaking about Colombia or Latin America or local materials?
Yeah, I think that, we see a product disconnected from sometimes even from heritage. I think this fiber, for instance, it's a pre-colonial fiber, it's a pre-colonial plant. It has natively grown across the landscapes, and it's also was used to build bridges to cross mountains for the indigenous people of Colombia. So it has a cultural relevance, and it has a cultural material around it that we want to keep. But in the other side of the globe, we just see a coffee bag that it's a discarded material. So that's also the value that this material has today. And also the problematic is how design is pushing certain materials to actually become less value as they become a product.
Yeah.
So they are completely rejecting where they're coming from, they're losing their identity, and they are just competing in a global market that rejects its origins.
And for instance, in your case, it's really interesting because your material, the plant, is so intrinsically connected to an industry, the coffee industry. How does that industry affect, for instance, the landscape or the people that live in this ecosystem?
Yeah, there's a lot of problematics happening there because now the cool brother is the coffee. So even the farmers want to replace the plantations of fique for coffee, and easily that will start changing, that actually coffee bags don't exist anymore, they're just replaced with plastic, because then the economic value, it's the important part, and not the ecosystemic value when we have these so detached.
And I think there, for instance, you also speak about economic value, and then, of course, we go into copper. Coins are made out of copper, right? And in your project, you're mining copper out of your own coins. But for instance, like in the light of also technological developments, copper is in demand. How does that affect also the landscape, and what would be the future of the territory of Chile if we still need mining copper?
Well, that's a crazy question because we are in between of a wild landscape and then destruction from the other side. I think that there are big pulling forces that are coming from out of Chile to like push the development of the globe. In this case, most of the copper of Chile is going directly to China to produce all the electronic devices we're using right now. So somehow it's not Chile changing the shape of its slopes, it's the world changing the Andes from one place to another. And talking about economic values, even when most of the mine industry is from privates, not from Chile, the taxes that we receive from the mine industry is the main economical resource of the country. So we are totally dependent on what's going on in those landscapes, and we are a bit trapped. We don't know if we can like stop fully the development of the progress in our wilderness, or if we should like maybe move forward to a more sustainable way of producing the mineral that we are taking from the slopes.
Yeah, that really touches that problematic when resources are in service of a global of a global economy, of a global market, because it's something, and I think that refers a lot to the title of La espinosa del planeta es mi cordillera, which is these landscapes that we see that are sustaining something in the other side of the world, and no one is aware of this.
Yeah, and it feels like almost we have a conflict between those two views, as I described at the beginning, like the view that we have over the landscape, what we see and what's there, but also another more colonial settler approach to the exploitation of the landscape. And I want to go to the next slide and ask you also about your graduation projects, because you are talking a lot about unraveling, deconstruction, and the exploration, right? And you talk a lot about the reconstitution, right? The reconstitution and the rebuild of a landscape. I want to ask you both, what is the meaning of those words also in the light of a design process, of a design project? Like, why is that word important, and what can design do to unravel, and what can design do to reconstitute a landscape?
Mm-hmm. Well, I am really happy to be here today because yesterday we started writing the new constitution of Chile after 2 years of revolutions. So the project is somehow a reconstitution of the landscape itself, but also a metaphor of all the social and political process we're dealing right now. So we're building up our body. Chile has the shape of the mountain, and we're also building up our new society, which is thinking if nature should be part of the discussion, and also if ancient beliefs should also be part of the new book.
Oh. And for me, the deconstruction was actually almost a violent act, because of course this was also a link to my context and a woven, beautiful bag, but it's also this deconstructing this system and this service and revealing the story that lies behind, but also in the material. I did a lot of exploration in unraveling and twisting and really going back to the identity of the plant, to the original form, that is what it's not known behind this bag. So it was really an act of also rethinking the system. What are the opportunities that this material has? What is the beauty of this material that is not in service of another product, but that it stands as a fiber for itself, like the power of the fiber without serving a market.
And you clearly show it also in your graduation project. I mean, it's a beautiful and exquisite collection of all the possibilities of the fiber, but also a rediscovery and a revalue of a material that has just simply become a coffee bag, for instance.
Yeah.
And in your case, I wanted to ask you, Carlos, if design has the power to rewrite a constitution, for instance. I know it's a very broad question, but of course we're speaking about here in design and politics, but I think it's a really interesting point that you mentioned before, that we're now celebrating that epic moment of Chile, and I want to ask you if design could have a role there in the reconstitution of.
I totally believe in that. I think that writing a constitution is designing a country. It's designing what are going to be beliefs, where we are going to stand, and it's also designing the landscape.
Yeah.
Just saying, or giving an example, the former constitution of Chile, which was written during the dictatorship, doesn't acknowledge the water as an economical or like a resource for every Chilean. The water is private. Then that shapes the country. So some areas of Chile doesn't have water for the people, but the mine industry is soaking all the slopes. I do believe that that's a design process.
And there, Carlos, you mentioned something that is really interesting, the question of value. And this is something that both of you explore a lot in your projects, right? Who values from the extraction, right? And what are the costs for the ecosystems and the landscapes, right? How does nature pay for that extractions that we do, but then who benefits from those extractions, right? At the moment, I have a phone in my pocket and I'm having probably a little piece of Chile inside my pocket. And of course, all of us drank a coffee in the morning and we had a little piece of Colombia when we drank it because that coffee bag had to come here, right? So I want to ask you a little bit about that question, like what's the meaning of value and what is the value that we give to materials, but also to the ecosystems? You do also explore a lot that in your project. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah. I'm thinking what start.
I want to talk something about value and thinking about the man itself. And there is, I think, a nice story there. When the Spaniards arrived in Chile, there was no coins at all. And they start trading with the local people in order to get food. The local people, instead of like using the coins as currency, they start like seeing them as jewelry. Nowadays, the jewelry of the native people is made out of coin. That's a paradox. So I think there is something nice about that because there is another ontology, another way of perceiving a certain reality. That's also that I invite to question in my project, where I question the value of money. And if we should like maybe see it as a euro, a coin that has a monetary value, economic value, or if there is a mineral that could be maybe coming back to nature.
Yeah.
That's really interesting, Carlos. Also, myself in my projects, I also explore the meanings of gold in the exchanges between the colony and the early pre-Columbian cultures. And it happened the same in Colombia. When Spaniards came, they brought glass in exchange for gold. So the jewelry that once used to be gold transformed into glass beads that we normally see today as Colombians' identity. But then is, of course, something that is imposed into us as a material. And what's the meaning of value? Like, why do we give value to gold, copper, or coffee that we drink, where the real material, the resource behind it, it's much more valuable?
Yeah. I think I had previously answered a lot of that, in terms of value, ecosystem behind a bag, and I think I tackled that one before.
And can I say a little thing also about the coins and the value? I have been super questioning in my installation about the coins because I'm destroying coins, and people is questioning that I'm doing something illegal, but nobody had questioned something legal that's going on, which are the pictures that are laying on the table, which are thousands of tons of mountain being moved. So that's, again, where is the value? Where are the legal directions that are saying yes or no to something, and that maybe destroying a couple of cents could put me in jail, whereas moving stones in Chile is completely okay.
I think I will counterpoint that one, because also we have a system that feeds people as well, and we need these jobs. So on the other hand, I also see a beautiful relation of the people. Of course, right now it's serving a huge system, but there's also 80,000 families depending on this material to survive and to keep their families alive. So and also I see a beautiful relation to the plant here. So we always have this friction, right, between where do you lay value and how do you actually put the right price on things, and how do you make it fair? How do you actually put the price not on the product but on the resource or on the material? Because I think that's the problem, that they are so detached, and that the landscape and the people that work with resources need to adjust to whatever is happening in the global market that doesn't recognize any kind of processes, any kind of journey of a material. And I think that's where there's a really big problem. So I think it's not about, you know, we want to continue growing these materials, and especially when these materials are keeping cultural knowledge and keeping ecosystems alive. So it's about, I think it's about a balance and about finding the right price. And I don't know, like that the price is not only laying on a global market, but that it's being involved with the local ecosystems.
And I think you did something really beautiful in your project, which you took the coffee bag and you dismantle it and unravel it back to the original fiber, right? And I want to ask you also about that. Like, you unraveled your project, but at the same time you gave value to that plant that was the original material. And here when we're speaking about the identity of materials, and when we're speaking about materials and the value of materials, I also want to ask you about that, because it seems like the material has no value because it's competing with another global good, which is coffee. But how do you give value to those plant fibers that were originally extracted from the plant? You also, I want you maybe to talk about also about the color and the transition and the aging of the plant, and how you revalue the origin rather than the commercial good, than the global good.
Yeah. Well, I think, first of all, objects have a very strong power that they make us connect with them and see another value. So I think the tactile qualities of a material, of a fiber, allows us to also connect differently. And I mean, coffee bags, just from the name of it, you don't even know what the fiber is behind it. It's a coffee bag. So from the title of the product, it's already in the service of something else. The woven technique that it's done to make the bag, it's forgotten. The process of the fiber's name, all that it's erased. It's just from the product it's in service. So for me, it was really important to revisit all the different stages in the production line before it becomes a coffee bag, and actually reevaluate the material from its fiber, from its initial forms, giving the value back. So also in terms of like the quality of the material in its different tactilities, because when you go back to the plant, when you go back to the initial form of the fiber into its raw form, it also keeps a lot of the proximity to its identity, and it doesn't put a fiber to compete. So I also was exploring that, the shine of it, the hairy-like material, the fluffy, and how can we also, as designers, use existing markets and existing industries to diversify materials, because a lot of the times we think about only the end of the life of a product if we think about sustainability. So we think about what can I do with coffee bags at the end of the line of a product, but what about tapping in the in-between, the process, to diversify from there and potentialize and revalue the material. So I think it's important also to consider recycling versus tapping in earlier, at earlier stages. Yeah. Also when you can affect and reevaluate from the context.
And not even tapping, but you're actually going back to the source, to the plant. Like, you're not even tapping in the line of the process, but you're like going already to the very, very beginning. Yeah. And we spoke about wearing out and materials that also transform and change, and how we give value to those things that age or change. Yeah. And you also, in your project, you speak about weathering and oxidation and metals that are not shiny anymore, right? Like that we are illusioned by this little mirror that is luring us. Can you tell me a little bit about what that's meaning for you? What is the meaning of aging for you?
For me, it's that tension between humans and nature, and that's the detachment that we're creating, this artificial detachment. We as humans want metals to shine. We don't want them to be corroded. We want them to have them like as shine as possible. But the will of nature, the will of copper, is to be rusted. That's the nature of the metal itself. Yeah. So somehow in the project, I am not rusting the metal. I am letting the metal be what it wants to be. I'm bringing back the will of nature to what it belongs. So that has also like another metaphor that I really like, which is like being able to let something be authentic. And that could also be a metaphor of what we're dealing in our country. We want to be Chile again. What does it mean to be Chilean nowadays after layers of colonization, without these forces that are pulling us apart inside of that little piece of territory?
Yeah.
Carlos, can you go back to that image of the map of the Andes, please? And I want to question that point, because the Andes is not necessarily a region that is defined by political frontiers, but it's actually a region that connects us all geographically. And more than geographically, more than the geographical backbone, we are all connected by the spirit, right? When we meet another fellow Andean, when we meet another fellow Latin American, we call each other brothers. We always feel like family. So for me, that's important. And you spoke also before earlier about the different kinds of nature, the different kinds of worldviews. And the reason why we put this map upside down is also because our north is the south. That we need to look at the world in a different way, that the South is not only one South, but more Souths. And that's something I wanted to speak a little bit about, because the way we understand the world from the global South is different than the way people understand the world from the global North. And I think that's important for us, the three of us, Latin Americans, being here in the context of Europe or of a European school. So I wanted to also talk about of you both in the context of the Design Academy. Why is it important to be speaking about Latin America in here, but also how has been your experience of exploring that Southness?
Can I say a thing before the question, like about the plurality and the verticality and so on? There is a really beautiful poem of Gabriela Mistral which says that we need to unfold the pleats of the mountain to turn them horizontal instead of vertical. And that has a lot to do about this idea of a South, which is plural. Chile was unified as a vertical country, but it was never vertical. The shores, the peoples, the different bailes were always horizontal. So along the country you will see different weathers and different cultures. And now we are dealing with this idea of plurality because we are a plurination, which sounds weird nowadays, but we are conformed for many different people, different cultures, many different languages. Nowadays, we are all unified thanks to the Spaniards and thanks to the language also. Now, that brings the question, like, should we be just one? Should we just one star shining in our emblem, in our flag? Or could we think maybe about a place that could gather many possibilities? And thinking on that, about like from the north, I think that there is something really beautiful, because somehow the South brings the possibility to think different, to acknowledge other perspectives, as real as the ones we have here as Westerns. So being here has been a bridge to somehow acknowledge one and other side and to find that merging point, that balance, not as a confrontation, but something that can create value and can lead us to like move forward into this balance between human and nature that we're trying to discuss before.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned something really interesting, which is the word bridge. And I see also yourself very much as a bridger. Can you tell me a little bit about that process of how you bridge these two worlds, and also what are you thinking to do afterwards?
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I think that I wanted to add something before that it was also about like how you talked about, I'm going a little bit back, but you talked about the aging, which I think is really important because we deal today with a lot of problems in terms of diversity, in terms of aging. We have like social problems, but I think our social problems are completely reflected in the way that we deal with our ecosystems. So we are rejecting, in our processes, when you study a process of a material, you're seeing a lot of things that are being rejected from the standardized market. They are discarded. For instance, in the coffee bags are only made with white fibers. The darker shades, when the plant ages, they're made with, it gets darker, and those darker shades are discarded. So also, in the way that we deal with products and in the way that we deal with materials, how are we reflecting the way that we also are dealing with our society and with the ecosystem? I think it's really a reflection of how we deal with things, and yeah, where do we lay? But okay, again, tell me the last question.
Are you thinking to bring that? No, but all this is super interesting, and it makes me wonder also if you're thinking to also bring all that knowledge, like all that knowledge that you've gathered, like how does that add value back to the community in Barichara or Mogotes where you were working?
Yeah.
How does that add value to the community?
So I think for me it was really important, and in one of the products I really focus on that, in the interaction, the exchange that I had with the farmer, and how it's really strange to go there and feel that you're a foreigner almost in your own country, because you just have you're coming from somewhere else, they see you differently, and if you go to a little town, they also feel like there's an international person coming in. But how do you use that in your advantage to work with them and also help them look at their fiber again with different eyes, not as in service again, but that they also reappropriate their material. So I think that was really important for me, really relevant, rather than, not only about making a beautiful product, but making a product that they could see value, where the value, it's also placed on the farm, on the landscape, not overseas only. So I think it's always this dialogue that you're mentioning.
Beautiful that you also, that I think I include myself also, that we bring back those knowledges back, and that we don't become foreigners, and that we don't become colonizers of our own land, but that we bring back that knowledge. Yeah. And I think you also are thinking to bring back your materials back to the mines. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, yeah. The pieces that are all on that table are coming back to the Andes, and definitely it's a way to offer back what has been taken from them. But I would also like to reflect something about what you were mentioning. I really like the idea of the methodology we use, and somehow that was also a clash, as the Andes are clashing. Before leaving to Chile, I was mentioning to my tutors that I want to get lost, that I want to get a drug, and I want to be free in the desert. And they were asking me really toughly, you need right questions, you need right questions. And I was a bit afraid. I felt like really, really lost at that moment. And then I realized that being lost is not being lost, it's a methodology. It's the methodology that let us discover something uncertain, something that will come and trap you. It's about being passive in a landscape. It's about perceiving and standing in front of a rock 3 hours maybe until the rock sounds. I think that there is a passive way to approach things. And that was difficult to share here somehow. As an example, so I always bring the idea of the camera. You can go to a landscape with your camera as a phallus and enter and penetrate the ecosystem. But we don't have to forget that a photography is about receiving light. I think that there is a change in that conception. And when you do that turn, you are able to maybe receive stories from people that you were not looking for.
Yeah, very interesting that as well. And I think for me was also the working with the raw fiber, with almost the leaf. It's also how can we make things more alive? How can we have products around us that are not sterile, that they really remind us of a landscape, that they really put us in touch with nature? Because I think if we have everything industrialized and processed to the stage that it loses its identity, it also loses its touch to nature. And I think that we're surrounded with objects that are dead, and that we are not in contact with a product. We're in contact with products. We're not in contact with materials. We don't know where materials come from. So it's all like we're surrounded with things that are detached. And I think that also that's another way of like changing our way of living.
I think, Rosanna, you summarized very well our talk. And what we spoke here today was really especially in relations between the local raw material and how they are at service of the global ecosystems, of the global resources, and how those ecosystems are sometimes disregarded when we see the final product, our phones or coffee bags, but actually there is so much bigger stories behind it. And this is not only the story of the shared history of Latin America and the Andes that connects us, but it's also the story of a method, of a design method that is about zooming in and zooming out and being immersed in the landscape and playing both the local and a foreigner. We are all local and foreigners here, but we are also that in Latin America. So I want to ask you if you want to add anything else, and if not, then I'll move on to add questions to the public.
I think it would be nice to hear the question. Let's go for them.
Yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
I have one. Carlos, when you're talking about the constitution that's being created now in Chile, do you think they would be receptive? Have you tried to approach them as a designer to ask if you could contribute to rewriting and rebuilding the constitution?
What was it all again? I heard you.
With the new constitution in Chile, whether you have approached them, if you could partake in writing it with them as a designer, and you're saying that the constitution is a design. Have you tried to partake?
I cannot right now because the constitutional process is going on and I was away from the country. So somehow the only way I found to be part of it being here in the Netherlands was doing this project, which is somehow a metaphor of what's going on there. But if I wanted, I could have proposed myself as a candidate and the people would have voted for me as a designer and I could have been part of it. There are designers writing the constitutions. There are half women, half men writing the constitution. There are architects, there are philosophers, there are people from everywhere. And something nice to mention there, the one person who is leading the constitutional process is a woman, but not just a woman, it's a native woman from the south of Chile. So somehow everybody was invited to be part of it, and a designer as me could also have been part of the process.
Because it was a civil choice, right?
That was a civil choice.
Yes.
First of all, we were asked, do we want a new constitution, yes or no? We went for yes. After that, we decided who was going to write the constitution. There was a big election for independent people. Many people talking about otherness, about nature, about native beliefs. And now we're in the constitutional process. Yesterday, start writing it, and then we vote again. Do we want this new constitution or not?
Correct. Are there any more questions out in the public? Well, if not, then I conclude our talk, and I want to congratulate Rosanna and Carlos for their amazing graduation projects, and to continue and go back and forth, zooming in and zooming out in the landscapes and their ecosystems. And I invite you also to visit their projects. On the left, there is Rosanna's project, and then on the right, there is Carlos' project, Unraveling the Coffee Bag and La Reconstitución de los Andes. So thank you very much for joining us today in the talk.
Thank you.
Hello again. Next up, we have Michelle Key with her project Learning by Doing It. She got cum laude and was also the winner of the Renee Smeets Award. Enjoy!
Society would consider that I got to have actual penetrative sex very late at 22, but I actually value this late date a lot because it taught me just like I got into this sexual process on my own time. So I really just took my own time to just discover my body and just to get comfortable with it, get comfortable with other people. And I don't believe in this whole construct of that you just have sex for the first time once. For me, it was just multiple times and moments with people that led me into being fully into my sexual life. And I think this was super valuable for me because I was really stressed about it, of course, and I was really not comfortable in my body. I was not comfortable with other people. And I think taking that time was the time I needed to get comfortable and to get to know what sex actually meant. I think it also gave me all the amount of time to understand what sex is really about.
I can really clearly remember the moment when a guy made me come the first time, because I had so much struggled the years before that I kind of accepted it or thought it's just not, I don't know, it's just not working for me. I still enjoyed it, but I got used to the fact that I would not come. So I can really remember very clearly when suddenly I did come, and I thought, wow, this changed a lot. So it took me some years to learn that it's fine not to come just like that, or because, I don't know, for me it was always the man would come, but I struggled and I felt that I was quite alone with that. And it took me some years to talk to my friends and also see that they don't just come right away like that, but that they also need some more physical, or like that they need some more touching or some more attention throughout the whole body to be able to come. And I, for a long time, I didn't know that I'm not alone with that. That's a very good lesson, I think.
the point is that the only thing I can remember of this experience is this big fail of me feeling very uncomfortable. So it's this experience is almost only related to feeling uncomfortable and stressed and panicked, whereas I think basically it was such a good sex. My point is, and the lesson is to me, that everything that happens before and during the sex has an importance, but what we recall of each experience in life, it can be a walk, it can be a work, it can be a party, is usually the last bit. It's what you take with you, it's the souvenir, and so when I have sex now with another person, just to speak about the sex context, I try to listen to the needs of that person, especially after the sex is done, because it is what this person and myself will take back with us, and it feels very important. It's very closely linked to respect, to me. It's after the sex is done, it's not because the sex is done that the experience is over and that the memory box is closed. The memory box is still open for the final touch, like the signification of the whole experience.
Hello, everyone. Next up, we have a project from Benedetta Dalla Costa called Exquisite Profiles. She graduated from the Master Program of Information Design, and she gave me a short text to explain what her project is about. Benedetta investigates how world elements as humans are represented, reinterpreted, and codified through architectural software datasets, turning them into preset library objects. By playing the game Exquisite Profiles, you are going to challenge the type of representation that we create in urban planning by aiming to question the absurdity of today's society classification and the political logic behind them. In a world so shaped by fictional representation and standards that should represent perfection, if the results seem monstrous or dystopian, is it a demand to reflect on whether the real dystopia is a world designed for an impossibility, idealized human race? If you create your personal character, you can find a working station at the first floor, over there, where you can play the game Exquisite Profiles. On the following video, you can see how the game works. Enjoy!
Welcome to Exquisite Profiles, a digital archive of valuable reconstructed human identities. This virtual scenario has been created by the collaboration between gamers and an algorithm through the manipulation of architectural preset object libraries. Focusing on human, the creator of the Anthropocene era, and its role in it, this virtual space aims to investigate how world elements are represented, reinterpreted, and codified through architectural software datasets in the context of urban planning that are turned into preset libraries objects for the practice. During this codification, the political implications of these classifications became evident, turning in ways of evaluation based on the appearance that are not only descriptive but that can become moral judgments. These types of representation are based on non-democratic data, using aesthetic rules created by the society that excludes what is not part of the market standard. But what are the real meanings of these evaluations? By playing this game, that uses the tools at the architect's disposal to investigate the global implications of today's societal limitation, you are going to challenge the type of representation that we create, by investigating the affecting on the society itself and the practice. Who is going to be the most valuable human being, and so the winner of the game?
Hi, everyone. So thank you for watching. If you have any questions or if you want to try to win and create your own character, you can go upstairs and experience the platform. Thank you so much.
Is it on? Hello again. Next up, we have Beatrice Souza, who graduated the Master's Program of Information Design with her project, Scales We Live In. Enjoy. Hello again. Next up, we have Daniel Ruiz Romero with his project Las Malinches versus the Great Social Network. He graduated the master's program in information design, and enjoy.
El famoso creador de Facebook, una de las redes sociales más populares del mundo, anunció la creación de una versión colombiana de Facebook y un plan de acceso de Internet sin costo para los estratos más pobres del país. Vamos a la
La educación no sirve porque no se alinea con los intereses, esos intereses de la gran red social.
There are more than 4 billion people who need to be connected.
Sumerge tu cabeza en el río de adeptos. Tu vida ya no es tuya, tu alma ahora es virtual.
Forget education. Get connected right now.
So think about this. You know, a church doesn't just come together by itself, right? It has a pastor who looks out for the well-being of the congregation, and you know, if someone hits hard times, you know, they're in charge of making sure that people have the food and shelter they need.
Esa nueva iglesia quiere bautizar a todos los incautos, muchísimos incautos,
para lograrse más. Forget education. Get connected right now.
Sumerge tu cabeza en el río de adeptos. Tu vida ya no es tuya, tu alma ahora es virtual. ¿Qué estás pensando? Cuéntame, dímelo todo, dímelo ya. ¿Qué hay en tu mente? Quiero saber y lo verás que ya no hay ningún secreto que guardar. Todo se mide y tú también.
I have observed the birth and spread of an unprecedented mutation of capitalism that I call surveillance capitalism. The reason why I call this new market form surveillance capitalism is that its mechanisms are designed to be hidden, that it's a backstage operation. Its mechanisms are designed to keep us in ignorance.
Yo te conozco y te doy tanta atención y aprobación, tanta atención y aprobación. What's on your mind? Lo que vos está pensando, a cosa stai pensando, che volevo dire, was machst du gerade? What's on your mind? No hay celosía, no soy yo, son tus amigos, es tu familia, ellos te escuchan, cuéntales, todos estamos aquí para ti. La, 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 la.
You can moonwalk, do like a little bit of breakdance. We walk into frame like that. Yeah. Just try to have it close to your mouth. And if it's not, I'll just maybe something else really closer.
Viene Concepción, viene Juanito y viene Don Simón.
Maybe it's time for us to create our own internet. People need interconnectivity, right? People need to talk to each other. They don't need to be connected to the undersea cables in the data center.
Y viene Pachito, viene a vacilar, viene José para borrachar. Y baila Pedro, baila Salomé, baila Antonia, el Cacerqué. Y baila Pablo, baila sin parar. Y baila Miguel, le gusta gozar.
Papito, algo me dicen que a su merced lo van a echar. ¿Qué va a ver? En bombas. Pero que le haga bomba a esa camisa, ¿qué va a ver? Masivo, masivo, masivo.
Los caníbales, róbate lo que tú quieras para crear algo mejor. Caníbales, al pez gordo se lo pueden comer los pequeños. Caníbales, tú ya sabes que un ladrón que roba a otro. Caníbales, la cultura no se hace con borregos. Aquí está la alternativa, los caníbales. Bailamos con la mano arriba.
Llegaron los antropófagos, así que, con todo respeto, Mark Zuckerberg.
With our own infrastructure, we can be free from the control of governments And with our own software, we can be free from the control of companies.
Y siga pa' dentro, siga su merced, aquí hay de todo, hay buen internet, desde Eindhoven hasta Cachapay, queremos fiesta, queremos wifi, y desde Eindhoven hasta Cachapay, queremos fiesta, queremos wifi.
Hello, welcome back to the live interviews. We're standing here to the beautiful graduate. What is your name?
My name is Hee Kyung-eun.
Where you're from?
South Korea.
Yeah. Can you tell a bit about your project?
Yes, my project is named Strange Cohabitation. And it is a visual poetry about ironic loneliness and satisfaction that we have while we wander between the physical and the digital. And I feel the simultaneous comfort and satisfaction and loneliness at the same time when I dive into the digital. So I made this greenhouse, which can be comfort zone to anyone. And every object here are made from the conversion between the physical and the digital. For example, the object over there are 3D scanned book. So it was actually book, but I 3D scanned it and it make a distortion. And I 3D printed it into ceramic piece again and bring it back to physical world and make it as a screen. And I also edit myself as a digital data, a video. But since it is so highly edited, it becomes an anonymous data and it lives there. And for me, it's a way to navigate this paradox of our time, our generation, digitalization. And it's a way for me to bring about empathy among us who would have same irony. That's my project.
Very nice. It is when you walk in to the corner of the right for the people who want to visit it. And one last question, which of these did you like the most? What is your favorite object?
Well, it's really hard to say what's my favorite. But I think it's really hard to say. I like whole my screen, comfortable house. But I think the part that I love is when the video is projected on the screens and make a mingle and crush on it and make a new reality on it.
Very nice. Thank you. Yeah. Now we're interviewing somebody else. Here's the somebody else. But his project is a bit far away, so we're interviewing him in the corner. So come along. We're interviewing him here. His project is with the white ropes with salt. When you enter and then to your right. Tell us your name. Tell us your project.
Yeah, sure. My name is Theo. I'm from Scotland, and I'm from Glasgow. And my project is called Presence of Absence, and it is a metamorphic concept for a pavilion that we placed in hospital spaces. And the kind of starting point for this project was trying to find a way to materialize the idea of change and the idea of time in a new way. So I stumbled across and started out with the kind of research into metamorphic materials and materials that would change, and that's how I came across salt. And the idea is basically that over time the salt will grow on the ropes and form crystals, and with weather and with time they will kind of dissolve again and then regrow again. So it's this kind of constantly cycling installation and also kind of pavilion space. Yeah, any questions?
If you have questions, ask him. He will be standing right there. How are you feeling today? How are you Like you're ending school. What is the vibe on that?
Good question. The vibe is good. Today's been a good day. I've had lots of very interesting people, some very nice conversations with architects. So yeah, I guess after school you have a funny moment in between Dutch Design Week and graduation where things are not really so sure, but it's been a very good week so far. So looking forward to see what comes from it. But yeah, thank you very much.
I have one more question. Have you a personal favorite from another graduate? What is a project you like?
Yeah, I mean, there's many projects I think are really beautiful, but I think for me, as someone who also is very interested in installation art and definitely more the kind of poetic side of the design, Moon's project upstairs with the water drop is really beautiful, and I think everyone should check it out. And also beside him, Ren's wood is also beautiful. So that little corner up top, you should definitely check it out if you're interested in some installations and some sculptures, because they're both very stunning and beautiful. Yeah.
I'm personally also a big fan, so yeah, but check out everything, I feel like.
Yeah, so many different projects. I mean, the variation in this grad show is amazing, so I think there's something there for everyone. So yeah, nothing more to say.
Thank you so much. We are interviewing the audience. How are the people doing? Hello. What is your name?
My name is Ono. Nice to meet you.
We know each other from class. What is the vibe? How are you feeling? Well, what is the feeling?
Good question. I arrived like only half an hour ago, so I still am arriving, I would say. And I like the mood of a lot of people, a lot of projects, and yeah, kind of a floaty vibe of floating around from project to project. And that's where I am in. I don't know if I have the time to take in every project like in its depth, but I feel I see a lot.
This is the first time we're doing the stage. How are you feeling about the stage?
Good. Yesterday someone told me about a project in on the stage from Benedetta, actually, the architecture. I don't know if you saw the gaming project. And I literally walked in and her name was like written big on the stage, so I was quite happy to sit down and see that. But for the rest, I don't like digital work too much, so I'm not that interested in that. So I was only going there for what I was recommended to go there, not to sit and look at a screen.
But for the people who don't like looking at screens, we have a performance by Annabelle, and she also does it on the stage. So you could check that out. Let's move on to the next. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Hello. What are you doing here?
Just visiting, getting some inspiration for my projects, future projects, hopefully.
Do you want to do like a little plug?
What little plug are you talking about?
What is your name? Let's get famous.
So my name is Veronica, and I am a student at the Design Academy. I'm a first year. What else can I say?
Very nice. What is your favorite project so far?
So far, I have loved the sound one. It's just over there with the different musical membranes with amplifiers. How I actually have the cards.
Let's plug him or her or they.
Them. I don't know.
Them.
I think. Oh. The Resonance of Play by Niklas Wall. Please, everyone, go look at this project. It's amazing. Yes. Do you want me to say something about it?
Yeah, tell about it if you want.
Well, what I particularly loved about it is the playfulness of it. It's literally creating an orchestra with absolutely unusual musical instruments, and everyone. It's quite easy to understand. You just need a phone and you can play. And I really like the fact that, I really like the unusual sounds that it creates, honestly.
Is it related to your projects? Do you also do something with sound?
Not at all. Not at all. That's why I'm very interested, because it opens a lot of doors.
Then you could do something with it in the end. But thank you. It's a wrap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mila, for those great interviews. Next up, we have Vincent Snyders, who graduated the Bachelor Program of Man in Communication with his project, Cloud Interface. Enjoy!
Initiate starting sequence. Booting data ceremony XC-25.4. Cloud simulation activated. We used to gather around campfires. Now, the crackling of the fire has made way for the soft whir of a fan. Sparks of electricity. A maze of wires. Stimulating a flow of ones and zeros. Screen. Mouse. Keyboard. Cable. Physical mediators processing and translating our emotions, expressions, interactions, uploading our consciousness into an entity of clouds. Let us become bodiless. Our mind shooting through cables into the breeze of infinity. Head in the clouds of purity. Leave behind the gray, the asphalt, the heat, the pollution, the body. Enter with me this network of things that releases us from our physicality. Where information flows in abundance, providing us with the sacrament of connection. In a world of ones and zeros, we are two. Lines of code flow between us. Cliffs morph and transform in a ceremony of connection. Communication. Similitude. We know each other. Cloud interface deactivated.
Hello again. Next up, we have a project from Lee-Ho Kim, who graduated the BA Leisure program, and her project is called Beauty of Uncanny. Enjoy! Hello again. Next up, we have Claire Matthews, who graduated from the Master Program of Information Design with her project Algorithmic Listening. She also had a cum laude and was a nominee for the Gus Baker Award. Enjoy!
They want to work on speech recognition and apparently also digitizing.
I'm not going to hang up. And the group is in that. This is just a great idea. So happy. The wedding was fantastic.
What you do here is you dial an 800.
It was really great.
And yesterday, during the day, I tried to do that.
The dress came out great. It was really flowy, like I wanted it to be really comfortable, but it was really
I was actually up and away. And it just...
Artificially intelligent applications in areas such as speech recognition and translation have been remarkably successful in recent years. By applying essentially statistical techniques to large, often enormous data sets, artificial neural networks have been able to map inputs, e.g. sounds, onto outputs, e.g. text, with a high degree of accuracy. An approach often dubbed deep learning. In practice, human communication depends not just on the words we use, but on how we say them, and the body language that accompanies them. We learn such paralanguage from our infancy. Importantly, it conveys emotions that are often critical to how other people understand our meaning. Effective computing, i.e. building computers with the skills of emotional intelligence, has long been a goal of computer scientists. A growing number of commercial enterprises judge that sufficient progress has now been made to market products that they say can detect emotions from vocal paralanguage such as the intonation, volume, rapidity, and intensity with which a person speaks. The predictive analytics from applying their algorithms to voice data, they claim, provide a cheap and scientific means for assessing factors such as credit risk, employee performance, and social engagement. The analytical tools of these companies are patented and far from transparent in terms of both their evidence base and how they work in practice. So let's try to prise open the black box a bit, with the use of a concrete example to examine some of the challenges that need to be overcome. A voice data corpus that was collected in the 1990s to inform the development of speech-to-text automatic speech recognition happens to be in the public domain. The Call Home corpus provides recordings of some 120 long-distance and international telephone calls, of up to 30 minutes each, generally between relatives or close friends. Though the participants knew they were being recorded, they soon relaxed into a natural conversation. Seeking to identify their paralanguage, we're repurposing the data corpus. Nevertheless, the data points up the importance of paralinguistics and the difficulties of machine interpretation of it. The first challenge is to be able to classify sounds. Different electrical traces can be grouped together accordingly by a computer without any need for it to understand what these sounds mean. For illustrative purposes, let's run 5 algorithms through the dataset and pull out some of the acoustic properties that the companies in question market as pointers for scrutiny.
So when are you going?
Oh, really?
The same day.
Why am I not surprised? Why are you calling?
No.
Hasn't it divided the country? That never happened. Are you looking at
In between words, pauses, a rising intonation, the intake of breath, relative excess volume, and acoustic energy. To develop an algorithm that can provide predictive analysis from new samples of speech data, researchers first have to teach the computer how such paralinguistic sounds map onto emotional states. This requires large sets of labeled data. In practice, many commercial firms appear to derive their algorithms from relatively small data sets and somewhat simplistic classifications of emotions. When is a pause a hesitation, a tone untrustworthy? The work of Paul Ekman, who studied facial expressions and proposed that there were 6 basic and universal emotions in the 1970s: anger, disgust, fear, happiness, sadness, and surprise, plus a possible 7th, contempt, is a standard for commercial emotion recognition voice training datasets. If emotions can be classified as discrete and independent of each other, that makes them much more tractable for analysis. After classification, a multitude of synonyms for these outputs may be used at the business's discretion. People generally see what they look for and hear what they listen for, a famous novelist once wrote through the words of a judge. Seek and they may find. As problems in machinic image analysis have already demonstrated, even when models are built with objectivity in mind, they can be very easily inflected with bias by the people using them and the datasets, where the interpretation of a sound is ambiguous. Algorithms are significantly at risk of misinterpreting the content of speech. We rarely express a single emotion at a single level of intensity. Nuance and context matter much more when it comes to vocal paralanguage, something the artificially intelligent ear cannot truly grasp. What does intelligence mean in a rapidly changing technological world? Outside there are microphones. Inside there are microphones. The data they gather is cheap and relatively unobtrusive to collect, given how smartphones and the Internet of Things are used these days. The commercial exploitation of paralinguistic data that we have seen so far may prove to be just the first ripple of what turns into a giant wave. Commercially driven law enforcement and national security applications are growing rapidly. Ethical governance in tandem is not. As such automated systems shift from decision aids to decision makers, who will profit and whose lives and livelihoods will be adversely affected by false positives or false negatives generated by an algorithm?
Hello again. Next up, we have a project from Lisa Willemsen, who graduated the bachelor program Leisure with her project Domesticated Rivers, which was made in collaboration with the Van Gogh National Park. Enjoy!
Welcome to the marvelous Van Gogh National Park, a unique domain of the future where urban and nature are interwoven. It consists of the Silicon Valley of Europe, the genius Brainport Metropole, and of the one-of-a-kind, charming Brabant landscape of rivers and streams. Now, let's have a closer look to the environment where the average inhabitant of this park has most exposure to nature in their daily life. Their home, where nature has created complex and miraculous forms over billions of years. Humans have overrun this world in a century. We no longer have to wash our clothes in the sea. The water now comes to us. Where rivers used to be wild, intricate and free, we have tamed them. They now stream through tubes and appliances. We have domesticated water to such an extent that we have lost the connection with nature. This disconnect has increased comfort, but changed the emotional bond. We treasure the rivers and streams, yet we devalue and stress our designed water systems increasingly. We use water like the supply is infinite, but in reality, we are facing nothing less than running out of clean and safe water. It seems that humankind has forgotten it is all the same essential water. The water that flows through your radiator is the same water that flows through our rivers. The water that makes life on Earth possible. Keeping this in mind, let's take another look at the Van Gogh National Park, where the smartest region of Europe is situated. Imagine if all these brilliant companies, resourceful organizations and intelligent human beings would take care of nature like nature has been taking care of us. If we would value the domesticated water like we value the river, if we change course away from a water catastrophe to finding solutions like more efficient appliances and managing our daily usage, don't you agree? It is strange that in this innovative region, I drink the same water I flush my toilet with.
Hello again. Next up, we have Noam Youngrak's son. They gave me a text to read to explain their project. The fictional food truck of Noam aims to re-establish our perceptions of the other by considering similarities of our corporeal bodies. With their specially made chimera dough, the food truck customers are made politically aware of what they ingest and how social boundaries might have otherwise prevented them from such interactions. Thank you very much and enjoy.
The moment of my creation, there was a blade, rotating at a blazing speed, ripping everything apart. And it was the flesh of various organisms going through this. Mammals, avians, fishes, insects, reptiles, plants, fungus, bacteria, virus, primates, and also sometimes hominids. The blade mixes up cells, organelles, DNA, enzymes, hormones, pigments, toxins, into a pool of proteins, amino acids, nucleic acid, phospholipids, and all sorts of different polymers with all sorts of unidentifiable states of energy and genetic information. And it became me. I'm a fluidic chimera. You cannot identify my species easily. You will get a very confusing PCR test result if you use me as a sample. I'm a malleable flesh. I can turn into any color, smell, flavor, texture, and shape, depending on what I contain and what you desire. I'm a piece of dough. Sculpt me into organisms that already went extinct, or your fantasy creatures that have never existed. My plasticity will liberate your appetite. I can become the critters that you crave but too scarce for you to afford, and even those whose consumption goes against your belief or morale. Let me bring you to a special food truck where I become eatable human body parts. Yummy Body Truck collects samples of organisms found nearby, grinds their flesh into a moldable paste like me, and reshape it into forms of human bodies. Here, you can eat body parts that look just like that of yours or your favorite ones, without any legal trouble, any sense of guilt and shame. As soon as I'm shaped into human body parts, people perceive my political significance differently and start relating some of the molecules that I contain to the social construct of political identities. I will instruct you how to decipher this biochemical semiotics, the nuances of the flesh of every organism amalgamated into me, their distinctive gastronomical, ecological, political profiles, by using all your senses. Open your takeaway box and look at the colors of the eatable human body parts. Various types of pigments determine the color of flesh. It remains white if it doesn't contain any pigment. Myoglobin in the red meat becomes brown when it's cooked. Carotenoid makes salmons, shrimp, flamingos pink. There are numerous pigments that I cannot mention in this instruction, but I shouldn't forget melanin, which determines the color of human skin. This is the pigment that makes pigmentation a crucial political factor of our food, because the melanin concentration of human skin is regarded as the primary factor of the human constructive race. All of the organisms blended into the eatable human body parts are racialized because of their pigments. How do you identify the race of your eatable human body part? The next step is to smell your food. How does it feel? Are you aroused? If so, that's the influence of hormones. The blended flesh of this food truck contains a wide variety of hormones. The flesh contains hormones naturally, but also oftentimes with a clear human intention, or even as an unintended consequence of human activities. And hormones such as estrogen, DES, progesterone, MLGA reside in meats from veterinary drugs. Waterborne pollutants such as BPA can also remain in bodies and function as xenohormones. Regardless of their sources, but by their effects, hormones create another political dimension for the eatable human bodies. Humans arbitrarily name estrogen and progesterone female hormones, and some androgens such as testosterone male hormones, even though these hormones are much more permeable and ubiquitous than that binary understanding. This makes every single bite of the eatable human body parts gendered, but the fact that there are mixtures of a lot of different types of flesh makes their gender ambiguous, and hopefully you might be able to smell this. And finally, this is the moment to have a bite. And you should bear in mind that every species blended into the eatable human body parts contains a considerable amount of synthetic contaminants, such as industrial pollutants and other artificially made toxic substances, which we call environmental toxins. As we all live in contaminated environments, every flesh is toxic. A relevant question here is not if this is toxic, but rather how toxic this is. This is a useful indication for assuming a relative position of an organism in a food web. The more reliant an organism is on the other species for its feeding, the higher accumulation of environmental toxins it'll have. Please use your taste buds to feel these subtleties. Humans have evolved with bitter taste receptors sensitive to certain types of toxins. So if you find your food bitter, there's a chance for it to be toxic. If you suffer from the toxicity of your eatable human body parts, it's very unlikely to be plant-based, but rather closer to the flesh of animals, especially predators. This might be an accurate representation of an actual human body, since humans predate more and more animals driven by economic growth and the emergence of consumerism, and therefore have become more intimate with the accumulated environmental toxins in animals. By swallowing me, my flesh will partly merge into your body, and you will depreciate the rest. Some of my pigments, hormones, toxins will become yours through your mouth and digestive organs. This oral intercourse might also involve some transfections of DNA via viral vectors between us. You'll end up being a chimera like me, which you already are. Approximately 8% of your genome originates from retrovirus that once infected your ancestors. Remember, your flesh is just as malleable as me. Like I was molded into human shapes, you're also shaping your flesh into something throughout your entire life. I welcome you to this political journey.
Hello again. Next up, we have Benedetta Dalla Costa, who graduated the Information Design Master Program with her project, Exquisite Profiles. She gave me a short text to explain to you what that project consists of. She investigates how world elements, as humans, are represented, reinterpreted, and codified through architectural software datasets, turning them into preset libraries objects. By playing the game Exquisite Profiles, you are going to challenge the type of representation that we create in urban planning by aiming to question the absurdity of today's society classification and the political logic behind them. In a world so shaped by fictional representation and standards that should represent perfection, if the results seem monstrous or dystopian, is it a demand to reflect on whether the real dystopia is a world designed for an impossibility idealized human race? If you create your personal character, you can find a working station at the first floor, over there, where you can play the game Exquisite Profiles. On the following video, you can see how the game works. Enjoy!
Welcome to Exquisite Profiles, a digital archive of valuable reconstructed human identities. This virtual scenario has been created by the collaboration between gamers and an algorithm through the manipulation of architectural preset object libraries. Focusing on human, the creator of the Anthropocene era, and its role in it, this virtual space aims to investigate how world elements are represented, reinterpreted, and codified through architectural software datasets in the context of urban planning that are turned into preset libraries objects for the practice. During this codification, the political implications of these classifications became evident, turning in ways of evaluation based on the appearance that are not only descriptive but that can become moral judgments. These types of representation are based on non-democratic data, using aesthetic rules created by the society that excludes what is not part of the market standard. But what are the real meanings of these evaluations? By playing this game, that uses the tools at the architect's disposal to investigate the global implications of today's societal limitation, you are going to challenge the type of representation that we create, by investigating the effecting on the society itself and the practice. Who is going to be the most valuable human being, and so the winner of the game?
Hi, is it working? Yes. Thank you for watching. And I just wanted to tell you that if you want to try to play the game and experience and this thing of create your own character and try to challenge the algorithm, you can go at the first floor, you can find me, and if you have any questions, you can just ask. Enjoy the day. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Next up, we have Paula Gouablin-Issou, who graduated the Contextual Design Master with her project Corpse Core. This is a manifesto about Black womanhood in the media. Enjoy.
Objectified, over-sexualized, and also like demonized somehow, and how it made me feel not comfortable with what I looked like, you know, or that I didn't fit certain standard, and you know, people that were surrounding me, I was always the other.
Il y a une difficulté à se penser peut-être en dehors du regard blanc, justement, et d'avoir une nécessité d'avoir une parole qui est la nôtre, et puis de réfléchir à qu'est-ce qu'on imagine pour le futur.
You're not that like angry and crazy black bitch like we make you believe you are.
We apologize on behalf of all medias for portraying black women as house cleaner, violent, sassy, and mean. We condemn those stereotypes and will work with black women to make sure that it won't happen again. As movie maker, actors, and television hosts, we engage ourselves to understand that being black is not a personality trait. And we will make sure to write rules without thinking of the color of the skin.
Basically, it's your premise that the black woman is out of sync with the natural order of things. Can you explain that?
Well, it's a very sensitive subject. And certainly, I believe that I have tried to approach it from a very sensitive angle. What I have actually said is that the black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the black.
Camille, what do you take out of this question? How should we read this question?
I think that Tabitha is trying to kind of leave some breadcrumbs for people to investigate the history of colonization and the gender binary, because something that isn't spoken about so much is the fact that before colonization in many different nations in the African continent, there were sometimes 3 or 4 different gender categories. For some of my Yoruba ancestors, we have about 3 or 4. The Igbo people of Nigeria also would have female husbands where people would be taking on different kind of gender roles.
We are Lydie, Wendy, and Paula. Our names are not Dejanay, Penny, Kylie, Trudy, Raven, Tia, Tamara, Moesha, Dione, Rochelle, Tonya, Tasha, Madia, Responsia, or even Big Mama. We're not stupid, we're not mean, we're not gross, we're not sassy, bitchy, or anything else. We are no sidekicks, best friends, or life advisors. We want to be seen and not exotized. We want to be heard and not minimized. We are fed up with one-dimensional representation of the black identity on mainstream medias. It's time to come into action and reclaim the space given to African American imagery on TVs and established a channel that reflects the diverse culture of Afro-European women.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to the live interviews. I'm standing here with a nice graduate. What is your name?
Mathieu Henry.
And he will talk about his beautiful chairs.
So should I just say something about the whole project? Okay, well, it's a little investigation on the human-object relationship, looking who is constructing who in the relation at the moment of the construction of the object. So basically, as human beings, we have the power to twist the matter, to shape the matter in any way we like. And so what I'm trying to investigate here is a way to construct objects in a way that is as much shaped by the human body as it is from the object itself.
Why did you choose this material? What is the story behind that?
Well, I've always been a huge fan of, basically the material that is constructed with, it's cardboard and papier-mâché with a chair structure inside. And I've always been a huge fan of cardboard. It's kind of my main material, my passion. So if you work well with it enough, if you are patient enough, you can construct basically anything with it. So that's kind of imposed itself to me.
Which of your 3 chairs, objects, beauties do you like the most?
I think the blue one. I think the blue one that is just there. I think it's about the color, the shape. Yeah. I like all 3 of them, and I plan to do a lot more of them, but I don't know, it has something that I like about it.
And you are able to actually sit in them, and because on your video you're sitting in them? Yeah. You can watch his video if you're watching the project. I am welcoming you to take a look. How do you feel about graduating? What is your plan?
Well, it's nice. It's nice to get it out of the box and to show it to a lot of different people and to have all these reviews of it, a lot of different insights. So that's quite exciting. And yeah, for the rest, I guess I really plan to dive a bit more in this project. I feel like I'm just scratching the surface of something very, very deep. So that's a bit the plan, to go deeper in this big pit.
Very nice. One last question. Which of the other projects do you like?
I have a big list of people that I will send you to. You can check Eder Jano's table, a beautiful table, a relation to gesture, sound. You have Adaptism Space over there with a beautiful Lien project. You have Thibaut Dupil over there. You have Marguerite Taitori with a beautiful also architectural research. Or my neighbor just next to me, beautiful as well. Just move around and you'll see a lot of nice stuff.
Thank you so much. We are looking for the next. Thank you.
Which one?
Which needles? What? The needles. The weaving? Yeah. We are walking towards the nice project. Hello. Thank you so much for letting me interview you. Yeah. What is your name?
Eva.
Do you want to tell something about your beautiful project?
Yeah, sure.
I'll just hand you the mic and then you can just...
Okay. Hello. Closer, like this. Okay, thank you for interviewing. The project is about knitting, so it's the same principle as an automatic knitting machine, but I enlarged the working mechanism so it becomes that you have to work by hand. And because it's so large, you have to collaborate to create a knitwear together. So it becomes like an analog knitting machine in this way.
Did you make it all yourself? Your wooden construct?
Yeah, I made it together with my boyfriend. We did it together. So
it looks very, very beautiful. Yeah, and these are already done. How do you call them? Rugs, or what is the use?
Yeah, I use them as blankets for over the bed or the couch or on the wall.
Very nice. Super colorful.
Yeah, I'm using leftover yarn, so people can bring their own yarn. I'm giving workshops with this machine as well. at the daycare center. So if people have like special colors they want to use, they can bring them, and then together you create like a colorful knitwear.
Do you want to plug for a bit? Where is the day center, and when are people able to work with you?
Oh, well, it's not very close by here. I live in Teugen. It's next to Apeldoorn. In Twello, I'm giving workshops at the daycare center.
So come talk to her if you want to make this beautiful rug with her, or blanket, or shawl, or clothing item. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Have a great day. So we're moving on to the next. Okay. Here are a few beautiful chairs. What is your name?
Seung-hwan Ji.
Where are you from?
I'm from South Korea.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a bit more about your project?
Yes, sure. Can I take it? My project is about multiple identities. So I can start from this video. I tried to separate myself into 4 different stages of COVID situation. And so in different time and different location. And then I put them together to have conversation about their situation. So this video could show how the situation influenced people to have different identity, different thoughts from previous tense. So this video became a starting point for my project. So I moved to this object, which is my self-portrait that shows multiple identities.
Which one do you like the most? Which one do you gravitate towards?
Like a lot of people already asked me, but these are my identities, so I have to love everything, but the favorite one is in the center.
Very nice. Yeah. Did you make them with somebody, or you made them yourself?
I made them by myself.
Wow. Which project do you like around? Have you favorites?
Actually, my favorite is there with a huge dress. Shinmin. Yeah.
Do you know her name?
Shinmin.
He loves your project. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you. Come and check out his nice chairs, talk to him. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's this one, right?
Hello, hello. All right. What is your name?
I'm Nancy.
Great, I'm Mila. Okay, yeah, you can talk about your project if you like.
Okay, can we take it? Yes. My project is about skinning myself to make objects. Peeling my skin away, pretending to be lots of different forms of furniture to leave the patterns of furniture. So if you were to buy the skins, you would be taking me home as your objects. It's a sort of objectification mixed with pattern making. The technique is used traditionally in like shoemaking, where you tape an object to get an exact replica and then doing it to an extreme all over my body 3 times. So we've got a table, a chair, and a coat stand. Yeah.
Yeah, let's try to promote this to IKEA, maybe, that they have new objects. Which one did you find the hardest to make?
The table.
Why?
Because I had to like lay in that position for 2 hours, masking taped up.
That's real dedication we see here in Dutch Design Week 2021. Do you want to tell us fun facts about your project?
I don't really have any fun facts. I don't know. A bit on the spot.
I know, I'm sorry. Yes, that's it, I think. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes, it is on. Hello. Next up, we have a project from Victoria Plasteek, who graduated the master program of the Critical Inquiry Lab with her project, Last Stop, Babel Harbor. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain and the crew are pleased to welcome you to Babel Harbor on this 19th of October 2064. It is now 2:35, the weather this afternoon will be clear skies and the temperatures will reach 36 degrees. We hope you had a pleasant journey and we ask you to please take the time to read the safety flood and typhoon procedures before proceeding inside. Thank you for choosing Babel Seaways. I woke up to the sound of the announcement, realizing my body was sore and that I sported new, painful mosquito bites. The ferry docked, sending waves crashing and birds fleeing. Babel, an old shopping mall, stood like an island on the vast blue sea. My childhood friend Zita had been writing me for years now, reminding me to come and see her. She lived here now. Like a lot of people, like me, she lost her home on the coast. Babel's name before the water rose had been Paradise Dream, an enormous shopping complex over 4 floors with 300,000 square meters of retail and office. And that's without counting the parking space. Truly, the mecca of retail. As I got off the boat, in the back of my mind came the question, what becomes of malls when the world it promoted is slowly sinking and where the ideology inscribed in their walls dies? Zida and I would spend so much time there after school. Dad would take us, but would then stay in the car. Mom would sometimes join with my sister to buy things that we needed, but mostly things that we didn't. TVs, sofas, kettles, the latest clothing. Paradise Dream was the temple of commodity capital. All of his small behaviors, stimulated by the capsular architecture of the mall, became the cogs of a machinery that operated beyond what we thought. Cogs slowly activating a global warming whose scale escaped us and made us refugees of our own land, as glaciers melted, forests burned, and oceans licked our feet. Zita was already waiting for me in the reception hall, waving at me with a smile that reached her ears. "I'll show you around." As we walked the corridors, she explained all the changes the inhabitants had been put through. I realized strangely how sweaty I felt here. Air conditioning had apparently become a relic of the past. A past where the careful monitoring of the temperature inside ensured you would be laden with shopping bags. Zita explained that the floor plans had to be readjusted several times over the years, and the space distribution was ever-changing as the outside became more extreme. Life inside Babel was almost nomadic within its own walls. Escalators, spines and symbols of shopping malls, faithfully carried us from one point to another. The ground floor was partially flooded, only accessible by boat during the low tide. It hosted farms and rehabilitated parking lots so that people could live in autarky. Isolated from the outside, they gave a precious source of food for the inhabitants to be able to live somewhat normally. Further up the building, the first floor contained an orchard growing in the old swimming pool of the mall. Fruits that had been disappearing more and more as the diversity of crops diminished on the continent were free to harvest and looked like a strange contrast to the overpriced water park of our youth. My memories could almost still smell the chlorine in the air. The floor also hosted some semblance of shops called the warehouses. People would bring from the coast or fish out from the sea furniture and appliances, and the warehouse would mend them to make them new again, like a symbol of deproduction over overproduction. It makes me wonder how we kept on buying and accumulating so many objects, like my mother and I did, without thinking of how they would change how we live for good. The second floor was the village. It was where people, both residents and tourists of the mall lived. The streets of lascivious consumerism, where we would get lost, had now been transformed into living units. The building was obviously suffering from damage from the elements, but was still holding shape. Malls had after all been made to sustain dramatic calamities, but the mismatch of the plaster and tropical greenery was still most curious. Finally, on the third floor were different rooftops, the leisurely side of this new mall with parks, sports field and eateries. When we came here as teenagers, the fountain had been the central point of the social life of the mall, and somehow this part had become the new fountain itself, a wellspring where inhabitants could connect together. Whereas before, malls would simulate public space on private grounds and thrive on the illusion of community, the building had been reclaimed for the exact purpose malls used to parody. Zida left to salute some friends of hers. Even after all this time, she was still the social butterfly out of the both of us. Far on the horizon, I could make out the building that our family had shared a lifetime ago. The mall dwellers and I shared the same catastrophe, but the autonomous response born out of the challenges that we face changed even the venal ideology of this place. To restore, to adapt, and to rebuild atop the once unscrupulous creates new modes of care. To address the space of the mall and to adapt its potential for our benefit. To resist the end of the world by generating new worlds.
Could you please
use 20 minutes to play it along the whole way, yeah?
Hello again. Next up, we have a performance from Joppe Brewers, who graduated the Man in Communication Bachelor Program with his project Proposals for a Prevailing World Volume 1. He personally will guide you through his performance. Here he is.
It's on. Oh, it's down. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, so my performance or demonstration is actually about quantifying the amount of species which is lost from the moment that we started globalization as humans. So what you will see here, which my colleagues are rolling out, is the list of extinct species due to humankind from the moment we started globalization, from 1800 till now. So 705 species, that's easy to name, it's easy to speak out. You can actually say it in half a second. Yeah, we have that here in numerical order, but what does that say? Like, how can you physically quantify that? Well, in order to do so, we take the measurement of length, and that's actually what's coming up right here, right now. So feel free to walk around, actually, by the way, so you can see the whole list for yourself and take your time. So what we see here is the totality of that length, and how would that manifest itself in a city, knowing that actually mass extinction is happening due to causes as urbanization and rapid decline of habitat. So how would, for example, this manifest itself on Fifth Avenue, on a format that is familiar to us? Or how would it look like if we put it in front of the US Capitol? Does this give us a better understanding of our own influence, and does this length tell us something more about our own influence on the planet? Well, what you find out if you place it on length is actually that actually small animals are a leading factor here. And in comparison to a rhino and a butterfly, we quickly make the distinction that maybe length is not the right way to measure this out. So we can go a step further and we can say mass is the same problem. But what, because these species eventually don't exist anymore, what if I would cremate every one of each, and how much would that then be? And that's actually what we see over here. So I have here, I calculated that all the species that you see here, if I would cremate each of one, we would end up with 2 cubic meters. What we see here is 1 cubic meter. So I didn't bring 2 cubic meters, my apologies for that. But we have here 1 cubic meter. And the continents that you see here, and the animals that you see on here as well, one of each. If I put one of each from all these continents together, we would end up with 1 cubic meter of ash. This is actually real animal ash, so that demonstrates the real value of how it would be. But we also know that ash deteriorates over time and breaks down in minerals and ends up in the dirt. So basically saying, like, for example, what if I was in Africa and I took a shovel and I filled my whole bag with sand in that cubic bag? What would the ratio be of the minerals that are still there from extinct animals in comparison to the rest of the sand in that bag? And that's actually what you see with this proposal. And by doing so, we start and try to quantify something which is no longer there and never will be there anymore. So feel free to walk around, take a look. And that's actually my information, so hope you get something out of it. And please, I will be here, so if you have any questions, tag along, ask me a question, I will be right here. Thank you very much.
Hello again. I hope you just enjoyed the performance. Next up, we have Paula Goueblanc-Essou, who graduated the Contextual Design Master at the Design Academy with her project Corpse Core, which is a manifesto about Black womanhood in the media. Enjoy!
Objectified, over-sexualized, and also like demonized somehow, and how it made me feel not comfortable with what I looked like, you know, or that I didn't fit certain standard, and you know, people that were surrounding me, I was always the other.
Il y a une difficulté à se penser, peut-être en dehors du regard blanc, justement, et d'avoir une nécessité, d'avoir une parole qui est la nôtre, et puis de réfléchir à qu'est-ce qu'on imagine pour le futur.
You're not that like angry and crazy black bitch like we make you believe you are.
We apologize on behalf of all medias for portraying black women as house cleaner, violent, sassy, and mean. We condemn those stereotypes and will work with black women to make sure that it won't happen again. As movie makers, actors, and television hosts, we engage ourselves to understand that being black is not a personality trait. And we will make sure to write rules without thinking of the color of the skin.
Basically, it's your premise that the black woman is out of sync with the natural order of things. Can you explain that?
Well, it's a very sensitive subject, and certainly I believe that I have tried to approach it from a very sensitive angle. What I have actually said is that the black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the black.
Camille, what do you take out of this question? How should we read this question?
I think that Savita is trying to kind of leave some breadcrumbs for people to investigate the history of colonization and the gender binary, because something that isn't spoken about so much is the fact that before colonization in many different nations in the African continent, there were sometimes 3 or 4 different gender categories. For some of my Yoruba ancestors, we have about 3 or 4. The Igbo people of Nigeria also would have female husbands where people would be taking on different kind of gender roles.
We are Lydie, Wendy, and Paula. Our names are not Dejanay, Penny, Kylie, Trudy, Raven, Tia, Tamara, Moesha, Dione, Rochelle, Tonya, Tasha, Madia, Responsia, or even Big Mama. We're not stupid, we're not mean, we're not gross, we're not sassy, bitchy, or anything else. We are no sidekicks, best friends, or life advisors. We want to be seen and not exotized. We want to be heard and not minimized. We are fed up with one-dimensional representation of the black identity on mainstream medias. It's time to come into action and reclaim the space given to African American imagery on TVs and established a channel that reflects the diverse culture of Afro-European women.
Could you please introduce yourself and tell us where you're from?
My name is Thibaut Dupille, and I'm from Paris in France.
Could you tell us also a bit about your project, what it's called, and what inspired you to do this?
So it's a project about giving value to broken objects, physically damaged objects. It's all inspired by self-regeneration in nature. And so I designed this unique prosthesis to make like as the object would have regrown by themselves. And the idea is really to have a new value that is first of all aesthetic, but also functional, and always trying to add something to the original function.
What techniques did you work with?
I work with additive manufacturing technologies and also photogrammetry, which is like a technique for scanning in 3D.
What would you say that the #1 lesson that you learned from Design Academy from your entire study here? What is something that you're going to take away for life, essentially?
I think Design Academy is a school that really opened your mind on the world, on the domains, on the definition of design itself, and I think that's really important. And also like not putting people into like categories, but more like trying to make the border less borders between the thing, between art and design, but also between with science and other domains, and which is very interesting, I would say.
Could you please introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your project, what it's called?
My name is Linda Huibers, and this project is called Happily Ever After. It started with me doing research in my parents' story. My mother, when she was 12, she had this idea that she wanted to be married by 25, and this idea of getting married, seeing it as kind of an end stage, is something that she projected on me and my sister and brothers as well. I'm kind of done with this whole idea, so I wanted to unravel it and just take everything that is in a wedding ceremony that is contributing to this whole idea of happily ever after. I wanted to take it out and contrast it, so I rewrote 25 vows, kind of as a loading of the 25 years of this idea that I kind of grew up with, and making an end of it.
What inspired you specifically to do it in this way, in this form, in this medium?
I wanted to start with real stories, real people, and I think language is one of the biggest things in this, like also in movies, and in the end they end up together, and language is something that is very present in this idea, so that's where I chose this form, to start with the wedding vows and the language that is used in there, and to recreate it. That's why I also made those blown up pillows. It's kind of a visualization as how it can be in my mind as well, like this blown up idea.
Could you tell us like one life lesson that you've learned at your stay at Design Academy and at your experience at Design Academy? What's like the one thing you're taking away from this for the rest of your life?
Especially during my whole school, I learned that letting things go and let go of this perfect idea creates the most beautiful designs. So I think for me personally, that's my lesson. Like, mistakes makes also perfect sometimes.
Hello again. Next up, we have a project from Wendy Owusu called Hidden Heritages. She graduated the Man and Communication Bachelor, and this is also, she was nominated for Social Design Talent Award 2021, so that's great. And this is a 7-minute short film about African hair and its heritage. Enjoy!
Je définirais le terme beauté par quelque chose d'hyper personnel. Pour moi, c'est avant tout la manière dont une personne elle marche, dont elle s'exprime, dont elle danse. Je sais pas, c'est vraiment hyper personnel comme chose. Je crois pas vraiment qu'il y ait des beaux traits et des traits qui seraient pas beaux. Je pense que c'est vraiment un ensemble qu'une personne dégage avant tout.
Afin de préparer une coiffure personnelle, agréable à voir, enrichissante à comprendre, on dénoue, masse et sépare les cheveux type 4C en plusieurs sections.
J'ai appris à me coiffer petit à petit et j'apprends toujours par ma mère, par le biais de ma mère, qui m'a appris que c'est quelque chose qu'on apprend quand on devient une femme, qu'il faut devenir autonome, qu'il faut aussi apprendre pour ensuite l'apprendre aux autres, aux plus petites, aux enfants plus tard. Et c'est quelque chose qui est assez nécessaire pour une femme noire, parce que les cheveux crépus, ils demandent énormément d'attention, énormément d'entretien.
J'ai arrêté de porter des perruques et de me faire des tissages parce qu'il était temps, à un moment en tout cas pour moi, juste d'aimer mes cheveux, de me réapproprier mes cheveux et ma beauté, et surtout de rompre avec les dictates de la beauté qui disent, en tout cas où on pourrait penser que pour être beau, pour être attirant, il faut avoir les cheveux longs, lisses, ondulés, bouclés. Et en fait, c'est aussi un problème de visibilité, de se dire que je peux avoir mes cheveux crépus dans l'espace et en fait de me sentir belle tout simplement et de ne pas vouloir modifier ma nature pour me sentir acceptée ou belle. Mes parents sont originaires de Côte d'Ivoire et du Bénin. Ma mère est béninoise ivoirienne et mon père est ivoirien. Alors nous sommes originaires d'un groupe qui s'appelle les Akans et on parle avant tout le baoulé. Mais la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays plutôt francophone vu que c'est un pays qui a été colonisé par la France. Donc nous parlons le français, mais chaque ethnie en fait a sa langue, donc il y a pas mal de dialectes, c'est vrai.
Comme à Blapoku et toutes les sculptures à l'effigie des reines baoulées, on crée des nattes collées sur différents niveaux. On applique du age control pour avoir un rendu soigné, de la mousse pour éviter les frisottis, et l'eau pour détendre les tresses.
Mes parents sont originaires de Kinshasa, au Congo. Ils sont Baluba. Ils parlent plusieurs langues. Ils parlent le français, le lingala, le chiluba et le swahili. J'ai 2 frères et le terme yaya, c'est un terme qu'on emploie pour témoigner du respect envers nos aînés, envers nos grands cousins, nos grandes cousines. Comme je suis une fille et comme je suis la deuxième de ma famille, j'ai toujours ressenti une certaine responsabilité envers mon petit frère, mais aussi en tant que femme, parce que dans la culture congolaise, les jeunes filles apprennent à tenir un foyer, apprennent à cuisiner, et donc voilà, j'ai toujours ressenti une certaine responsabilité. Par contre, la charge mentale à proprement parler, c'est très souvent seulement les mères qui ressentent ça. Après, j'ai jamais été tenue à vraiment m'occuper de mon petit frère, parce que ma mère a toujours été là pour nous.
Yaya, référence au lingala, une langue issue du peuple bantou, réplique d'un peigne balumba. On orne le visage de Baby R avec un peigne fin. 3 enfants, représentés par 3 bantu knots, avec des mèches Naomi tirées couleur 1B, pour coiffer rapidement sans en mêler les cheveux. Bantu, un peuple qui regroupe plusieurs ethnies, dont le Lumba pour parler de l'individu, et Balumba pour parler de tous.
Les mots que j'emploie pour définir mes cheveux sont souvent liés à la texture, au type de cheveux que c'est, et par rapport au fait qu'ils aient poussé, donc par rapport à la pousse et à leur taille. Je ne pense pas que la pousse soit un critère de beauté. En tout cas, moi, je ne le vois pas comme ça. Pour moi, c'est avant tout un critère de santé, c'est comme ça que je le vois. C'est-à-dire que je suis contente quand je défais, par exemple, mes tresses et que je vois que mes cheveux ont poussé. Donc, je l'associe plus à la santé de mes cheveux qu'à la beauté des cheveux ou du cheveu. Parce qu'on a tous des textures différentes, des manières, nos cheveux en fait vivent différemment, donc je pourrais pas associer ça à la beauté des cheveux en tout cas.
L'héritage des codes capillaires sculpturales baoulés se noue aux paroles de Karen. On exprime la santé par la longueur. Les mèches tirées Naomi et expression accompagnent sa façon de marcher, de s'exprimer, de danser.
Hello again. Next up, we have a project from Perrine de Donato, who graduated the Information Design Master with her project Chasing the Ghost, which is a short movie about digital immortality. This is also a performance which will be taking place right there. So come on and watch. It's really nice. Bye.
Allô, maman? J'arrive pas à le retrouver. Il a disparu, je crois. Ouais, presque partout. On aurait dû le voir venir. Mais je vais essayer de le retrouver.
When my friend died, I didn't erase his phone number. Yesterday, out of despair, I sent a message to this number. Soon after, his face and name appeared on the screen. One day of extreme boredom, I decided to switch on my old Wii to play Mario Kart. That was the second time I encountered the digital ghost of my friend. The race started. I was stunned. I was competing against the ghost of my friend, represented by the avatar he always chose and his usual pseudonym. I found out that the game saves the best performance as a ghost character for others to compete with. My friend was always winning, so now I could replay all of our games. But should I wait for you, or should I win? But if I win, I will erase your ghost forever. Am I ready to let you go? Are you hiding somewhere else? How many ghosts of you are there? And where else can I find you? I only joined Facebook after my friend's death. Around the day of his death commemoration, his profile appeared on my People You Might Know section. That was the third time I encountered his ghost. As people were posting again on his profile to pay tribute, the platform's algorithm stopped to consider it as inactive, and therefore pointed it towards me. Now you're everywhere, but how fragile is that presence? Will I still be able to see your ghost in a decade? And under what conditions? What if I lose you again?
Okay, we don't have time now.
Okay,
Anna Baldo.
Symbiopan. Thank you. Symbiopan. It's Rebecca.
Yes, yes. Anna.
Anna?
Anna.
Anna who?
Anna Balducci.
Hold on, please.
What's Rebecca?
Oh, is that later?
One more second.
Welcome back. Next up, we have a project from Anna Baldocchi called Malerba. She graduated the Man in Communication Bachelor and gave me a small text to explain what her video is about. Anna explored the southernmost region of Italy, Sicily, for 3 months. She created a storytelling inspired by the cinema verite of the 60s, where, through linguistic differences, she highlights the social-political difference between northern and southern Italy. Enjoy.
Gestino, buon lavorino, lavorino. Hai chiesto ne lavoro in cappa, ne lavoro una bella chiesto ne lavoro. Ah, tu tira, lo sfado, lo salmone, guarda, la schifo, la sedia. E oh, rivarello. Io una casa che vede. Ah, bonito! Ah, bonito! I vesciolini! Prego, Sara, non sei così.
Dimmi come si fa. Fa niente, vieni a guarda cosa c'è.
Vedi casa mia dove si trova? Dove c'è quel pilone, quel famoso pilone dove è la punta della Sicilia.
È il Capo Peloro, diciamo la punta della Sicilia, che divide la Sicilia.
Quindi erano 10 così, capito? Era di chi? Non mi difendo mai, non mi difendo.
Ah, lo sai che tu hai più bene. Questo come magna?
È vegetariana. Un ti mangino.
E se ora chi lo picchia? Qui si spara me se mangiare i bravolini in bosco. Che diventa? Portami via con te.
E la mega pesciolina, bella pesciolina! La Bergia Catania! Ma poi non capisco, non mi la buona! E ci è roba via!
Il più buono, il più bel panino! Il panino è mensa! Il più buono!
C'è chi offre, perché l'amico ha portato da mangiare, e c'è chi offre il vino, però c'è chi ha la coda. Ma sai che significa la coda?
Braccio corto.
Bravo, braccio corto! Anzi dai! Anche il ruoto è il paragiad! Il ruoto è il
Maschera, è castafona a chiccio, bravo! Non c'è mai te la niente.
Quella la maschera? Come si dice o mazzolina? Parole, caldone. Parole. Questa è la parola.
Andiamo, se devi fare delle foto vai, devi salire. Vuoi usarti questa scumarola qua? No. Questa qui sei pulita? Questa sei pulita di sotto, questa no.
Oh, perché mi sa già? Cazzo mio! E io non c'è, non lo vedo. No, è
non faccio sciare. Ma tu non mangi questa cozza, la sei dolce. A me orice. E ti raccattare dolce. Sta parlando siciliano. No, lo devi fatto tu.
Hello again. Next up, we have Michelle Key. She has the cum laude as well as won the Renee Smits Award with her project Learning by Doing It. Enjoy.
I was on holidays and I met someone and we got along super well. Then we ended up on this really nice beach out and stuff as the two of us together, and we were having a holly jolly time. And that was the first time that I actually had good sex. For some reason, she had this comfort in this whole situation, this, I don't know how to describe it, like a certain ego almost, or just being confident in what was going on. And that is something really, really catchy, because you're there and you know how much you know, which is not a lot because you're still young and you don't really know what's going on. And then you were someone who's just there enjoying things, who's enjoying herself and who is making it feasible for you to enjoy yourself as well. Where suddenly you would be talking about stuff. You would hear what someone would like to feel, and you suddenly can figure out a bit more what you want to end up with. And so that was something really, really positive, because I felt like I was in an environment where I was finally allowed to enjoy myself, where I was not supposed to perform, where the other person was just as much involved as I, where it was a balance in the end.
For me, a lesson that brought insight to my sexual life, it was when I found that my pleasure had to be explored on my own, with just as much care and vulnerability as towards a sexual partner. I learned that the way that you connect to others sexually is very much dependent on how you connect to yourself. And somehow, through learning more about myself sexually, I also untaught myself many external female sexual expectations. And in many ways, this made me feel more free when being with sexual partners.
when everybody was asking me if I was bisexual, I wasn't really scared of them thinking, she likes girls and boys, but rather this idea that a lot of people have about bisexual people, that they're very promiscuous, that they would fuck anyone, that they would make out with anyone because they don't care, It's not, they don't have a preference. And it's not this at all, but there's this conception there. And I was so worried about this, like people from my school thinking I was a whore, this kind of thing, because of, being bisexual. But I would also say, try to be brave. Like, I wasn't brave when this happened. And I think society now is more open towards this kind of things. So if you step forward and you're like, yes, I am bisexual, you're not going to be alone on this take at all. There's going to be way more people that is going to defend you, that is going to applaud you for being for being brave to say it, and to encourage other people also. When you say it, other people look at you and they're like, she said it, so I can also do it. I know it's tough because you have to endure also the negative reactions that come from it. But I would say, be certain that you're right. All the reasons and all the all the right to tell it out loud and not feel any kind of judgment or anything like this. You will feel it, of course, because people project on you whatever, but it doesn't belong to you. Just it's not something that you have to take, because it is not for you. You're just expressing something that everybody else express, is just perceived as not normal, but it's completely normal, and you should never be ashamed of it, ever. No.
Hello again. Next up, we have Daniel Ruiz, who graduated the Information Design Master's Program at the Design Academy with his project Las Malinches versus the Great Social Network. Enjoy!
famoso creador de Facebook, una de las redes sociales más populares del mundo, anunció la creación de una versión colombiana de Facebook y un plan de acceso de Internet sin costo para los estratos más pobres del país. Vamos a la casa.
La educación no sirve porque no se alinea con los intereses, esos intereses
de la gran red social.
There are more than 4 billion people who need to be connected.
Somete tu cabeza en el río de adeptos. Tu vida de tu alma.
So think about this. You know, a church doesn't just come together by itself, right? It has a pastor who looks out for the well-being of the congregation, and you know, if someone hits hard times, you know, they're in charge of making sure that people have the food and shelter they need.
Esa nueva iglesia quiere bautizar a todos los incautos, muchísimos incautos,
para ayudarse más.
pensando, cuéntame, dímelo todo, dímelo ya. ¿Qué hay en tu mente? Quiero saber y lo verás que ya no hay ningún secreto que guardar. Todo se mide y tú también.
I have observed the birth and spread of an unprecedented mutation of capitalism that I call surveillance capitalism. The reason why I call this new market form surveillance capitalism is that its mechanisms are designed to be hidden, that it's a backstage operation. Its mechanisms are designed to keep us in ignorance.
Yo te conozco y te doy tanta atención y aprobación, tanta atención y aprobación. What's on your mind? Lo que você está pensando? A cosa stai pensando? Che volevo dire? Was machst du gern? What's on your mind? No hay celosía, no soy yo, son tus amigos, es tu familia, ellos te escuchan, cuéntales, todos estamos aquí para ti. La 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 la. Simón, Simón.
Maybe it's time for us to create our own internet. People need interconnectivity, right? People need to talk to each other. They don't need to be connected to the undersea cables in the data center.
Y viene Pachito, viene a vacilar, viene Monse para guarachar. Y baila Pedro, baila Salomé, baila Antonia, el acerqué. Y baila Pablo, baila sin parar. Y baila Miguel, le gusta gozar.
Papito, algo me dice que a su merced lo van a echar. ¿Qué va a ver? En bombas. Pero que le haga bomba a esa camisa, ¿qué va a ver? Masivo, masivo, masivo.
Los caníbales, róbate lo que tú quieras para crear algo mejor. Caníbales, al pez gordo se lo pueden comer los pequeños. Caníbales, tú ya sabes que un ladrón que roba a otro. Caníbales, la cultura no se hace con borregos. Aquí está la alternativa, los caníbales. Bailamos con la mano arriba.
Llegaron los antropófagos, así que, con todo respeto, Mark, suck my dick.
Y viene Danielito, viene a vacilar. Y ya casi está completa la comunidad.
With our own infrastructure, we can be free from the control of governments, and with our own software, we can be free from the control of companies.
Y siga pa' dentro, siga su merced. Aquí hay de todo, hay buen internet. Desde Eindhoven hasta Cachipay. Queremos fiesta, queremos wifi. Y desde Eindhoven hasta Cachipay.
Queremos fiesta, queremos wifi.
Hello again. Next up, we have Beatrice Souza. She graduated the master's course of information design with her project Scales We Live In. Enjoy.
And like, don't try to have your talk, don't shorten it, because sometimes if you have a shortened talk and then it's only 1 minute, and then you have to, so just like really start from the beginning and take your time. And then if you get the cue, then you can speed up the end part.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. 3 minutos. Should we already stand?
No, I was just checking, like, so my light. If you want to stand in the light, just 1 second, I can see if I've got enough. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Can we have like a dope zoom in on his satellite? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And then like his half of his face and then half of the satellite. Yeah.
We got it.
This is the part where you get nervous, yeah. So we do like a
Probably
step.
I'll be speechless later. That's okay.
Then you moonwalk out of the picture and I just tell
Okay.
jokes. Yeah?
Okay, I think that's
Yeah.
even better than the.
Yeah.
Like a horse goes to the bar.
Yeah. Knock, knock. And then everybody.
Handheld too.
Are you nervous or are you ready?
I am gone past nervous. I'm now.
So you're going to start with beatbox. I'm shooting from the hip hop angle now. It's not down low, so.
Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky,
Yeah.
squeaky, squeaky. No, maybe. I. Oh, we are on probably.
Oh yeah.
Hello, people. We are the interviewers.
Hello.
No, he's not. He's a graduate. What is your name?
Okay, my name is Honglu Chen.
And he will tell a bit about his project. His project is not this one. It's the one way up there.
Satellite. Yeah, it's a satellite, and my project is called the Embassy of Aliens. So say hello from the aliens. So the Embassy of Aliens is an initiative to reimagine aliens. So the reason why we need to reimagine is because actually our imagination of them are highly influenced by science fiction, and you know, like, it's all based on projecting humans' own fears and hopes. So, you know, in other words, aliens actually begins inside ourselves. Yeah, so the Embassy of Aliens tried to negotiate these borders between aliens and humans. So you can see the satellite over there. It's actually a musical instrument that facilitates the communication between humans and aliens, especially their inner aliens. So there's going to be a brainwave headset, and when you put it on and follow the audio guide from the ambassador, and it can guide you to travel around in your alien universe. So when you imagine aliens, it will translate it into real-time musical signals, which allows people to reapproach and perceive aliens through sound and without the visual stigmas and stereotypes that we have now.
When did you start liking aliens? What is your, maybe in childhood, or what was the story behind it?
I mean, who doesn't like aliens? But yeah, to be honest, I'm not a science fiction fan. No, not at all. But I'm really interested in the idea of aliens because it's quite fluid. The definition changed from time to time, and also the definition also based on media or like science and also technology. So, I mean, aliens for me is actually questioning about the borders that we project on others or societies or even the world. And you know, the scale is getting bigger and also smaller to the universe or microorganism.
And you made the satellite. Did you make also an embassy, or did you focus on the satellite?
Yeah, I mean, this embassy, I make some speech from the ambassador, and it's next to the satellite, and you can also watch the speech from the ambassador. And the satellite is kind of the first tool from this embassy to negotiate the borders between humans and aliens. So in the following steps, probably you can see another props or another tools from the embassy. Yeah.
And if you would want to see this project, you just walk right up there. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Next up, we are going to have a live interview with Rebecca Schedler. She graduated the Master's Social Design program from the Design Academy with her project Symbiopunk. Hello, Rebecca.
Do you have any questions to ask me?
Hi.
Hello.
How
my
are
name is
you?
Rebecca Schedler, and I present you now my project Symbiopunk that is right behind me. As you can see, we had a stream already yesterday where we explained the first part of the machine, that is the copper vessel, and the property of copper to kill off pathogens. So the whole apparatus is made to convert human feces into fertilizer using mushrooms as a secondary decomposer. So yesterday we filled in the copper vessel with the horse manure because we are not allowed to use human feces because of corona issues right now. So it had like a day to rest, and we mixed it quite well. I can show you it was connected to the gas part of the machine. So, of course, if you're handling feces, there will be gases created, and if you don't want to have a part of your machine explode, you need to have like a safety release, and this is this part. Also, the gases can be introduced as an energy source later on. So, for heating purposes, or if you want to heat up your meal, you can do so with the gases. The gases consist mostly out of CO2 because we use dry manure. Otherwise, like it would be mostly methane, but we now have mostly CO2 in this balloon. So we shut off the ventilators right here and there, and disconnect the quick release over here. Hello. For mixing the substrate, we can turn this vessel, and you can hear it inside is horse shit.
Er zit een paardengroep in.
Huh?
I'm just explaining.
Ah, okay.
And why do we have horse shit in the...
So this is a bioreactor, digester system that converts manure to fertilizer using mushrooms as a secondary decomposer. And now during Dutch Designer Week, it's like the first tryout that we have. So we're live streaming actually like to the graduation show right now. So if you want to say hello,
hello.
You can see it later on. If you have questions, you can ask me all the time.
So the mushrooms here, they decompose
the manure.
The manure, and then what you get out then?
You get out a fertilizer.
The fertilizer.
You can use in your garden, or like to reintroduce into the nutrient cycle. Because what's happening right now is that we eat, we digest our nutrients, we release them, and then they're getting burned or put into landfills, and we're using artificial fertilizer on our crops, so it doesn't really make sense. So if you're using artificial fertilizer, we're actually extracting it somewhere else, making the soil more brittle and infertile. So it's like more of a degradation in other parts of the world.
Okay, lovely.
And this part is mainly like I built this machine also to have all the parts in it that it needs. And this is the ventilation part. So if you'd like to try to spin it, you want to try?
Oh yes, why not?
You can do it also on the wheel, maybe that's safer.
Oh yes. So, and for how long should it spin?
So it's like each day you need to spin it a little bit to kind of like mix the substrate up. And also the substrate needs to connect to the copper walls, kind of like kill off the first pathogens.
Oh, okay.
And what we do today is actually to introduce it to the mushroom that we see right here. This is champignon mycelium. And champignon is usually a mushroom or fungi culture that is growing on feces. So even if you buy it in the supermarket, it's cultivated on chicken or cow shit.
Yeah.
You need to have that in mind. And the property of that is fungi are really, they like to get into symbiosis with different cultures. So it's taking off the bacteria, like the E. coli bacteria, like a sponge, and takes it out of the substrate. So what's happening here is that the mushroom is actually extracting the pathogens that we are scared of in a really slow and careful manner. And then we can use the substrate elsewhere without like being too afraid that the substrate is too toxic for us or too dangerous for us. So we actually start to have a mutual correlation with a different life form. And mushrooms or mycelium actually like helped us so much in history. Like it started, mycelium was one of the first organisms eating through stone. So they ate through stone, creating sand. And then it was creating a symbiosis with algae, or like liverworms, it's called, like little plants, and created oxygen on land. Because it couldn't otherwise, like the algae couldn't grow on stone itself. So it's also called like the biological big boom. So it made life possible on Earth. But what is happening right now also with the climate change, the temperatures are getting higher and higher, right? And the mushroom actually helped us after the meteor shower and the dinosaurs that died to have an evolutionary step forward, because we are warm-blooded. So the fungi culture in our body that are dangerous are not spreading because we are too hot. But with cold-blooded animals it did. So what's happening right now, and also happened already in Canada, is through the rising climates, the fungi culture can adapt to the higher climates and therefore grow in our bodies. And I think in Canada there was like a disease also happening through fungi cultures where they grew in our brains. And this is something we don't want.
No.
So it can be the start of us, but it can also be the end of us, because they will survive, but we don't if we proceed how we proceed right now. So I think like what I also really want to show with my project is how to invite a different life form into the closest cycle that is of decay, of defecation, of something that we are really embarrassed about, and take care of a different life form with that intentionally. So you re-invite it into a cycle, feed it, nourish it, and maybe start a different evolution with that. So because symbiosis, like symb means with, and bios life. So it's really like about two different life forms starting a relationship with each other that is mutual and not extracting. So in my machine I also like looked that the mushroom can grow in a way that it is really happy. So the feces are like prepared here that it's not too much for the mushroom. And then the mushroom can really grow inside being happy. not being extracted or like mistreated in some kind of way. Like here you see already like this is like one of the samples of mushroom growing on human feces. And it really took over and had quite a good time on it. How much it grew?
In how much time?
This was around a week. It took over completely. But it lived in there, I think, like close to a year.
Okay.
And this is also like, this is a different mushroom. This is a tryout with the chicken of the woods, it's called. And this is growing on trash of mine, mainly like, I think in this jar, coffee and pumpkin.
And maybe also the virtual audience, we have quite a delay, so let's try it.
Yeah.
Maybe you can ask them now if they have a question.
Do you guys have questions? It's also getting live streamed.
Yeah.
Yes. Does anyone in the crowd here have any questions?
But okay, we're here right now, you know. Good. Then I can maybe try to open the machine during our delay. So yeah. Because this is now shut off quite well, that nothing is escaping and the gases can be collected safely.
And I think you have to stop talking when they're gonna ask something, no?
Should I stop talking? Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm just gonna open this. Yeah, tell me if anyone has questions. Or if you guys have.
Yeah, the only question I can imagine is the seats who are over there. Let's invite people to
take a shit.
Donate.
Yeah, the thing is like right now we're not allowed to. But what I was also like looking at is like the shameful part of our society. And one of it is to talk about defecation and decay and this kind of cycle that is really important because it's actually not working. And all the days we were using human manure for agriculture, actually, that was called night soil. And now we put it, we burn it or put it in landfills, and all the nutrients we need go to waste. But actually, this is so valuable. Like everybody that has a garden knows it, put hot shit on it. Like the zucchini grows double the size. So yeah, mushrooms also grow really, really good on it. So only because we think something is doesn't have a value, it doesn't mean that other forms of life seek great value in nutrition. Our waste, namely waste products. Because what is waste in the end? Is there a question from the audience?
I think it's difficult. But maybe we are live streaming on Thursday again, and I think you're also physically there, so maybe...
Yeah, I'm also physically tomorrow at the Börskeball, so if you have questions, just look for the blue suit. I'm everywhere. And if you want to ask me or see the machine, you can come to the BioArt laboratories that are located in the north of Eindhoven, where you can see each step more closely. We will live stream, I think, on Thursday again. And yeah, like there are flyers in front of the stage. You can always write me, ask questions, and I'm happy to answer them.
And Lea is texting from the virtual audience that they're gonna ask a question in a minute. Let's see how it goes with the delay. That's a good thing on a live stream that we have quite a delay. So let's see if there are coming questions in or not. Otherwise, they can also ask you physically.
Yes, a short question for Rebecca. Where exactly are you right now?
I'm gonna do this.
Okay, so now you are going to open it?
Yes. I'm going to open it.
Oh, wow.
Where exactly are you right
It's the BioArt Laboratories. It is a foundation located in the north of Eindhoven, like behind Stripe S, but I think if you Google it, you will find it, where we have an exhibition called the Simplucene Forest. I think it's a concept that it's quite more often about how we could co-live or coexist with different life forms, and how we could also correlate with different life forms in a different manner. Here's a whole exhibition also about it, and you can always find me here.
And how did you come up with this project?
That's it? Yes. Bye.
Or not. Bye.
Now it's another question, but it's fine.
Where are you sitting?
It was stage.
So that was a very interesting live interview with Rebecca. We just faced a few technical difficulties, but she will be here tomorrow for you to ask more questions. Next up, we have Noam Sun. They graduated the bachelor program in communication with cum laude with their project Yummy Body Truck. And they gave me a short text to explain to you what their project is about. The fictional food truck of Noam aims to reestablish our perceptions of the other by considering similarities of our corporeal bodies. With their specially made chimera dough, the food truck customers are made politically aware of what they ingest and how social boundaries might have otherwise prevented them from such interactions. Enjoy.
With my creation, there was a blade, rotating at a blazing speed, ripping everything apart. And it was the flesh of various organisms going through this. Mammals, avians, fishes, insects, reptiles, plants, fungus, bacteria, virus, primates, and also sometimes hominids. The blade mixes up cells, organelles, DNA, enzymes, hormones, pigments, toxins into a pool of proteins, amino acids, nucleic acid, phospholipids, and all sorts of different polymers with all sorts of unidentifiable states of energy and genetic information. And it became me. I am a fluidic chimera. You cannot identify my species easily. You will get a very confusing PCR test result if you use me as a sample. I'm a malleable flesh. I can turn into any color, smell, flavor, texture, and shape, depending on what I contain and what you desire. I'm a piece of dough. Sculpt me into organisms that already went extinct, or your fantasy creatures that have never existed. My plasticity will liberate your appetite. I can become the critters that you crave but too scarce for you to afford, and even those whose consumption goes against your belief or morale. Let me bring you to a special food truck where I become eatable human body parts. Yummy Body Truck collects samples of organisms found nearby, grinds their flesh into a moldable paste like me, and reshape it into forms of human bodies. Here, you can eat body parts that look just like that of yours or your favorite ones, without any legal trouble, any sense of guilt and shame. As soon as I'm shaped into human body parts, people perceive my political significance differently, and start relating some of the molecules that I contain to the social constructed political identities. I'll instruct you how to decipher this biochemical semiotics, the nuances of the flesh of every organism amalgamated into me, their distinctive gastronomical, ecological, political profiles by using all your senses. Open your takeaway box and look at the colors of the eatable human body parts. Various types of pigments determine the color of flesh. It remains white if it doesn't contain any pigment. Myoglobin in the red meat meat becomes brown when it's cooked. Carotenoid makes salmons, shrimp, flamingos pink. And there are numerous pigments that I cannot mention in this instruction, but I shouldn't forget melanin, which determines the color of human skin. This is the pigment that makes pigmentation a crucial political factor of our food, because the melanin concentration of human skin is regarded as the primary factor of the human constructive race. All of the organisms blended into the eatable human body parts are racialized because of their pigments. How do you identify the race of your eatable human body part? So the next step is to smell your food. How does it feel? Are you aroused? If so, that's the influence of hormones. The blended flesh of this food truck contains a wide variety of hormones. The flesh contains hormones naturally, but also oftentimes with a clear human intention, or even as an unintended consequence of human activities. And hormones such as estrogen, DES, progesterone, MLGA reside in meats from veterinary drugs. Waterborne pollutants such as EPA can also remain in bodies and function as xenohormones. Regardless of their sources, but by their effects, hormones create another political dimension for the eatable human bodies. Humans arbitrarily name estrogen and progesterone female hormones, and some androgens such as testosterone male hormones, even though these hormones are much more permeable and ubiquitous than that binary understanding. This makes every single bite of the eatable human body parts gendered, but the fact that there are mixtures of a lot of different types of flesh makes their gender ambiguous, and hopefully you might be able to smell this. And finally, this is the moment to have a bite. And you should bear in mind that every species blended into the eatable human body parts contains a considerable amount of synthetic contaminants, such as industrial pollutants and other artificially made toxic substances, which we call environmental toxins. As we all live in contaminated environments, every flesh is toxic. The relevant question here is not if this is toxic, but rather how toxic this is. This is a useful indication for assuming a relative position of an organism in a food web. The more reliant an organism is on the other species for its feeding, the higher accumulation of environmental toxins it'll have. Please use your taste buds to feel these subtleties. Humans have evolved with bitter taste receptors sensitive to certain types of toxins. So if you find your food bitter, there's a chance for it to be toxic. If you suffer from the toxicity of your eatable human body parts, it's very unlikely to be plant-based, but rather closer to the flesh of animals, especially predators. This might be an accurate representation of an actual human body, since humans predate more and more animals driven by economic growth and the emergence of consumerism, and therefore have become more intimate with the accumulated environmental toxins in animals. By swallowing me, my flesh will partly merge into your body, and you will depreciate the rest. Some of my pigments, hormones, toxins will become yours through your mouth and digestive organs. This oral intercourse might also involve some transfections of DNA via viral vectors between us. You will end up being a chimera like me, which you already are. Approximately 8% of your genome originates from retrovirus that once infected your ancestors. Remember, your flesh is just as malleable as me. Like I was molded into human shapes, you're also shaping your flesh into something throughout your entire life. I welcome you to this political journey.
Hello, everyone. Next up, we have Ida Blichfeld. She graduated the bachelor program of contextual design with her project Color Dialogue. And she gave me a short text to explain what this performance entails. Living in a world in which language abilities denote power and words are wielded as weapons, it is in materiality of her armors that she found refuge and expression for her dyslexia. The performance will be also taking part on the runway, so if you guys could not sit on the runway, that would be amazing. Enjoy!
I am word blind, blind for words, blinded by letters. I am struggling. I don't like to speak, get corrected into the correct. I'm misunderstood. You are annoyed, impatient, filling in. Can I be bold? I want to be bold. I am bold. You say, if you are making me feel stupid. I just told you that I am. It's not a choice. Blamingly taking, stealing the reason I blame for all the anger for being stupid. Dissolving the pretend, vanishing into the word. Did you see a girl walking through long hallways? I remember long hallways in my school. At the end of the hallway, there is an office. A special office for special kids, kids with needs for all sorts of things. I am special. The room is full of papers, maps and folders holding my name. I need official papers. I need to be bold. Letters on papers. I need to be brave. It sticks on. I need to vanish. Does not fit in. Don't see me. Don't see me get extra help. Running down the long hallways, rip open the door, be there, collecting shades, weaving it with you, taking it with you. You open your mouth and nothing comes out. If I could just. I am not colorblind, not blind for colors. Tooling up, pulling the landscape closer, negotiating inside the shades, surrendering to the brightness, the color language. A code I understand, I speak, I control. A dialogue of colors. The tool of voice, coding to decode the pretending it can, landscaping it to be. You have to use it. You are special. In the right code, nothing strange. You carry the language with you. I carry the language with me. The brightness. Shall we have that color dialogue?
Hello, everyone. Next up, we have a project from Lee Ho Kim. She graduated the Leisure Bachelor program from the Design Academy with her project, Beauty of Uncanny. Enjoy. Hello again. Next up, we have Pierre Alain. He graduated the bachelor program at Leisure with his work Parade Performative Productions, which he made in collaboration with Parade. Enjoy.
Hello. Hello everyone. What you're about to see is a reproduction of the Parade Performative Productions. This project has been made with a lot of fun, a lot of love. And today you will see a maker make, you will see performers perform, and I, the mad moderator, will try to moderate. Enjoy.
Yeah. First of all, thank you all for coming. This project is meant for the Parade, which is a theater festival. I am the MM, the mad moderator. I'm going to explain you a little bit how it will go. First, we will do a session of stretching. From this stretching, you will start thinking, how can I extend my body? How can I reach another space or fill a void? Instead of avoiding others, we can try to fill this void. Think about a material way to do it.
Thank you very much for watching. When the COVID situation came to Europe, the social interactions we thought were normal became forbidden. And as a designer, I wanted to materialize these non-physical interactions. And we can see these as a new opportunity to create a new world, to embrace creativity. And this is why I created the Parade Performative Productions, to encourage collective intelligence, to have people enjoy making things together. So please welcome the third parade of this graduation show. They will come to you, they will try to interact, they will come and see you, so please enjoy. Don't be afraid, they don't bite. Hello. Marlo, good, Marlo. Some of these costumes you have seen, all of them actually have been made by different people. So each individual has its own perception of social distancing. The one you see here with the egg in front has been made by a person that wanted to create for herself a cocoon that she can bring around her, but when she has the wish and the occasion to have also a protection that would enable her to hug the people she would like to. The costume you see with the sticks has been made by a young man that when he stretched in the video you've seen, he wanted to connect his legs and his arms and to connect with the space around him, with touching the furniture and touching the people. And this is how he created this new type of wooden animal. Thank you very much for coming today. There will be another performance tomorrow around the same time. And we also animate a show tomorrow at noon called The Free Wheel. It's going to be a lot of fun. Please come, please enjoy the show. and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Hello again. Once again, we will be seeing Michelle Key. She had the cum laude as well as won the Renee Smeets Award with her project, Learning by Doing It. Enjoy.
Society would consider that I got to have actual penetrative sex very late, at 22, but I actually value this late date a lot because it taught me, just like I got into this sexual process on my own time. So I really just took my own time to just discover my body and just to get comfortable with it, get comfortable with other people. And I don't believe in this whole construct of that you just have sex for the first time once. For me, it was just multiple times and moments with people that led me into being fully into my sexual life. And I think this was super valuable for me because I was really stressed about it, of course. And I was really not comfortable in my body. I was not comfortable with other people. And I think taking that time was the time I needed to get comfortable and to get to know what sex actually meant. I think it also gave me all the amount of time to understand what sex is really about.
I can really clearly remember the moment when a guy made me come the first time, because I had so much struggled the years before that I kind of accepted it or thought it's just not, I don't know, it's just not working for me. I still enjoyed it, but I got used to the fact that I would not come. So I can really remember very clearly when suddenly I did come, and I thought, wow, this changed a lot. So it took me some years to learn that it's fine not to come just like that, or because, I don't know, for me it was always the man would come, but I struggled, and I felt that I was quite alone with that. And it took me some years to talk to my friends and also see that they don't just come right away like that, but that they also need some more physical, or like that they need some more touching or some more attention throughout the whole body to be able to come. And I, for a long time, I didn't know that I'm not alone with that. That's a very good lesson, I think.
Hello, everyone. Next up, we have a project from Paula Gouablin-Essou called Corpse Corps. She graduated the Master Program of Contextual Design, and this is a manifesto about Black womanhood in the media. Enjoy.
Objectified, over-sexualized, and also like demonized somehow, and how it made me feel not comfortable with what I looked like, you know, or that I didn't fit certain standard, and you know, people that were surrounding me, I was always the other.
Il y a une difficulté à se penser, peut-être en dehors du regard blanc, justement, et d'avoir une nécessité d'avoir une parole qui est la nôtre, et puis de réfléchir à qu'est-ce qu'on imagine pour le futur.
You're not that like angry and crazy black bitch like we make you believe you are.
We apologize on behalf of all medias for portraying black women as house cleaner, violent, sassy, and mean. We condemn too stereotyped, and we'll work with Black women to make sure that it won't happen again. As movie makers, actors, and television hosts, we engage ourselves to understand that being Black is not a personality trait, and we will make sure to write rules without thinking of the color of the skin.
Basically, it's your premise that the Black woman is out of sync with the natural order of things. Can you explain that?
Well, it's a very sensitive subject, and certainly I believe that I have tried to approach it from a very sensitive angle. What I have actually said is that the Black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the Black.
Camille, what do you take out of this question? How should we read this question?
I think that Savita is trying to kind of leave some breadcrumbs for people to investigate the history of colonization and the gender binary, because something that isn't spoken about so much is the fact that before colonization in many different nations in the African continent, there were sometimes 3 or 4 different gender categories. For some of my Yoruba ancestors, we have about 3 or 4. The Igbo people of Nigeria also would have female husbands where people would be taking on different kind of gender roles.
We are Lady, Wendy, and Paula. Our names are not Dejanay, Penny, Kylie, Trudy, Raven, Tia, Tamara, Moesha, Dione, Rochelle, Tonya, Tasha, Madia, Responsia, or even Big Mama. We're not stupid, we're not mean, we're not gross, we're not sassy, bitchy, or anything else. We are no sidekicks, best friends, or life advisors. We want to be seen and not exotized. We want to be heard and not minimized. We are fed up with one-dimensional representation of the Black identity on mainstream medias. It's time to come into action and reclaim the space given to African American imagery on TVs and established a channel that reflects the diverse culture of Afro-European women.
Hello again. Our next project is from Dongwook Jan, and he graduated the bachelor program of Man and Leisure with his video 38 Hours about border crossing. He gave me a small text to explain a bit more to you. Actually, you are invited to take a poster from the end of the runway to perpetuate the public reflection about borders, starting from personal stories. As you can see, he's right over there with the posters, and you are welcome to take some. Enjoy!
Borders are not necessarily set between the object of antisocial nature, but the line between them definitely suggests that there is some sort of difference. Crossing a certain line implies embracing change, encountering new reality.
acceptable differences to different degrees. Differences in the bricks, changes on the pavement, the text message on my phone welcoming me. Showing the cell phone has swapped providers. The small changes in experience that I noticed or failed to notice. Effects of the affordances at each side of the border. Symptoms of the difference in policy between one side and the other. And how the differences are not always clear, except when crisis brings awareness to them. Borders appear as there is a need to solve or organize social space. I used to imagine the border as a thin dividing line along the edge. I now imagine borders as residues of these fictional abstractions. Organizing chance into possible scenarios, making a scene in times of crisis. Crisis like being in a foreign country that shut down during a pandemic. Scenario 1. Inside the borders of this country, I was stranded. I didn't speak the language to even understand of the radio. Scenario 2. Across the other side of the border, things did not seem so impossible. So naturally a synthesis, except I couldn't find the border to still cross. I adjusted every possibility I could think of. The embassy could do nothing but offer their sympathies. I only had a certainty over my own actions. My tension before coming over is that the border is not a boundary, but a crossroad. My process of mapping different options to make a choice was confronted by heavily regulated structures of the possible. Uncertainty is central in a prisoner's dilemma. Possibility, decision, and the vivid outcome resulting from each decision. I can map my possibilities, but once I act, I can only wait to see what will happen. I'm at the mercy of the choices made by others. When I say I crossed the border, it means I had to experience its resistance. I had to see the border as something that could be crossed. This means I could not see the border as something that could be ignored, but as a necessary checkpoint. Crossing over a certain line into a new reality. Any situation that creates a border effect Does it change our perception of the real, remapping the interplay between abstraction and lived experience? Borders are part of life in many ways that allow to be aware and follow how border concepts are changing, recalculating, and evoking different ideas of what they mean and how they stand between, based on the perspective, how times are moving. And who's inquiring?
Yes? Yeah? Hello? Are we on? Are we on? Yes? Hello! Welcome back to the live interviews Dutch Design Week 2021. I'm standing here with the lovely
Sarah Roseman.
Yes! Where are you located so people can find you when they like your work?
So you can find me on top of the balcony just here, so the left.
Just right here. You walked up. What is your project about?
So my project's called Molten Memories, and it's about a combination of material and memory and how the two influence each other. So I made an archive of reclaimed materials from around the city, and then I started thinking about my own memories and how this can be connected to the materials. And in the end, I made a really big landscape, a visualization of memory for other people to re-experience the feeling of childhood, but also value these materials based on their emotional value.
When did you start the archive?
Beginning of graduation.
Nice!
Kind of like slowly picking things up and then eventually started building kind of organically, I guess.
Have you had time to walk around and see other projects?
A little bit, but I'm going to a little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, do that. Do you have favorites till now? Who do you like? Which projects?
I just saw the project over there with the Croatian techno dancing. Amazing. Loved it.
We like it.
Yeah. We really like
Are there more?
I guess Carlos's project I just looked at. Really emotional to go into the black space and see the copper.
Also, we like that. Go in there. Do you have a plan for now after graduation, or are you just like, oh, done, over with?
Well, I have a studio in Eindhoven, so I'm going to continue both my projects, keep working on my own stuff, and yeah, find some other work as well.
How is this studio called?
The studio, well, it's at Section C, so you can find it there. It doesn't have a name right now, but it will soon.
It will soon. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, thank you so much. Check her out. She's up the stairs here, and then you find the nice landscape. Okay, we are going to another graduate. Thank you. Hello. This lovely person also has their work up there.
Yes, top of the balcony
Yeah.
as well.
Yes. What is your name?
Benedetta Dalla Costa. And my project is Exquisite Profile, an archive of valuable identities. And it's a video game to create a virtual confrontation to challenge the type of representation that we are used to create in design. And yeah, so I use communication and representation as a tool to challenge this question and the political logic behind them.
It is super beautiful. I really like it. You should check it out, and I think she invites you to participate in the game. So you can, if you're a gamer, go there. It's fun.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how people react with the game. So if you want to try, you can come and you're going to create the best human being that is for you. And the algorithm is going to create another one, random generated, and you will see who is the best human being. And this should help to raise questions about classification and how we perceive human and people according to the limitation that we are used to have in society.
Have you had like a funny moment that happened today, or like a specific thing?
I had many funny moments actually, because it's really interesting to see how some people get really angry about it because they really try to create beautiful characters, and then when they lose, they get really pissed off. And then, like, I really found interesting that kids and young people are really trying to challenge, and when they lose, they really try to get into the game, and they try also to look the character with a different perspective to create something different. Sorry, and yeah, I think it's interesting to see the reaction.
Which audience do you think wins the most? Do you see like a category that wins?
Well, kids for sure, more than maybe adults or older people, because they are more flexible. They are more open to something that is not already, like their mind are not shaped yet, not enough at least, and they are way more free from standard, from stereotype, from inequalities that we are used to accept and to reinforce through this type of representation. And I think this is interesting. This could be an educational tool as a way to investigate, of course. But yeah, I will be really curious to see in the end of the week all the characters that have been created, and if there are some connection between which character were used the most and how, and yeah, and see what was in the end the database that is going to be created, and also from who. Yeah.
I really invite people to go up these stairs, and then I think if you walk straight ahead, you can see it, and we have to make little characters for her so she can have a nice thing in the end. Yes. Do you how do you feel?
I feel a bit tired, but I'm happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me to tell something about my project.
Yes. No, I'm happy. Thank you so much. Yes. Bye bye. Not bye bye. We're having another one. Come. Here. Yes. Ta-da. Okay, what is your name?
I'm Fabio. My name is Fabio.
We will do like a little speed dating because we have 1 minute. He is also when you walk up the stairs in the corner with a lot of screens. Can you tell a quick summary about your work?
Yeah, it's about monument and the fact that whenever destruction of monument is recorded, there's a sort of creation of another monument, which is a video monument. And so I did my installation, try to render this idea as much as I could, trying to give the idea of the video as a monument in itself. And the fact that whenever you destroy something, you are also replacing it with something else, which is another monument somehow. So, yeah.
Thank you. That was very good, summarized. If you want to see more about this, then just walk up the stairs and you will see his screens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. Last, but definitely not least, we have the project from Annabelle Poe. She graduated the bachelor program of the Department of Well-Being with her project Meaningful Deconstruction, and she gave me a small text to read for you so that you can understand the project a bit better. Meaningful Deconstruction is a series of deconstructed and reconstructed textiles made from leftover scarves from production process. With slowness, tenderness, and cultural craft embedded in the upcycling process, the material retains its original quality while revealing new properties. Within her performance, she welcomes you to appreciate the slow craft of deconstruction. And the performance will take place on the runway. Enjoy! Thank you, Annabelle, for this wonderful performance. This marks the end of today. This was the end of our show. We hope you enjoyed it, and we wish you all a wonderful evening. Goodbye.